All right, we are live. We are live. We are getting into this debate that's been, a long time coming. Um, so before we get into it, we're live on these YouTube streets. Why don't y'all just, get into exactly why, we're in this debate and like why you came to the conclusions that you came to, generally speaking, before we get into like the actual official back and forth.
Okay, well, I'll go first. This all stems, I guess, from a disagreement about me using the word less modern humans in regards to non-Africans in particular, not just Europeans per se, but they're included off in the non-African category.
Mm-hmm.
So someone seems to believe that by me using less, it makes it seemed, I don't know how they characterize it, and I'll let Yeroc speak for itself. But it's like I'm saying that they're something wrong with them or something like that. But I'm just really just dealing with percentages in genetics. So that's what my position is, and maybe he could try to maybe clear up what his position is. I'm gonna mute out.
Mm-hmm. So let's give us your
Uh,
position on the issue, Yeroc, before we get started into this debate. Why would you say that you came to the conclusion that you came to?
because all the sources come to the same conclusion, and Pan African James is coming to his own conclusion when he says less human, because in no source he will show would say that anybody is less human than anybody else, and that's our main disagreement.
No, that's perfect. So, for those coming in, this is going to be a debate about whether or not, white people, Caucasians, if you
But
will.
hold on, let me hold on. Excuse me, Cam. Let's be clear. I didn't say less human. I said less modern human. Okay, let's make sure we stick right there.
Absolutely,
Okay,
absolutely. So,
I'm with that.
to be specific, this debate is going to be about, whether or not white folks, Caucasians, some of the northern, descendants of Indo-Europeans are pure modern Homo sapien, right? That's going to be the official, standard of the debate, right? There's going to be a side for and there's going to be a side against, right? So, as we get into this, I want to make sure my background music is there. So, James, if you want to share your screen, feel free to share your screen. We got 8 people in the building. Shout out to Solomonic TV. So, I'm going to have a timer here and I'm going to give you each 15 minutes to kind of state your main point. So, James is going to give a 15-minute round. Yeroc is going to give a 15-minute rounds. Then there's going to be, 5 minutes of cross examination. James is going to cross examine Yeroc, and then Yeroc is going to cross-examine James, and then there's going to be a 10-minute round robin session where they both can go back and forth, and argue, and then after that, that's going to be the end of the debate, and then we're going to take a poll about who was victorious. That sound good? So,
Good to me.
Yeah, I'm getting a lag, so I hope I don't keep this. Don't keep.
no, definitely. So,
Hello?
before we begin, can you
Y'all
hear
hear
me?
me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah, I can hear.
But you have a lag,
Yeah,
James.
I just got a lag. So
I may, I may, I may, I
just
may
let me
cut the
know when I
music.
need to.
Yeah, I may
Okay, I
cut the
think it might
music.
be caught up.
You got it. I cut the music. I cut the music so it's not like too,
Yeah, I can hear
too
you
much.
now.
All right, perfect, perfect. All right, before we begin, like
Strain the
I just want
service.
to get you say what?
Yeah, it's just a lag. That's so we
It's
just
just a
got to
little lag.
keep in mind that it's gonna be a lag on
Yeah,
on the
I'm gonna start
audio.
a
Cause
poll.
like when I'm
I'm gonna
talking,
say
you
who.
You listening to the YouTube, James?
no, I'm on the actual stream yard.
It ain't a lag in here for me.
All right. All right. So are you good, James? I don't know if you can hear me.
Yeah.
I can hear you.
James, whenever you're ready to start, I'm gonna start the timer.
Hmm.
So if you want to go in, you can go in.
Can y'all hear me?
You're breaking up, bro.
You're breaking up, but
I
yeah,
heard
I can
that.
hear
Yeah, this is
you.
crazy.
You're breaking up
I
though.
heard that. I hear you now.
Nah, I can't hear you. Let's read some. Huh?
Yeah, go ahead and start. You can start.
Yeah, okay. It says classifying groups of humans, and it says content objective. What are we learning, and why are we learning this? Content on procedures and skills. But let's get down to the bottom to this part right here. It says building on what we already know, making connections to prior knowledge. This is where we build from. How have humans evolved over the last 1 million years? So this is a chart, and it says people love nice, neat diagrams of how modern humans evolved from earlier species. They're not the same. Such diagrams are easy to read, and they fit our easiest assumptions. Check out this diagram. So they're talking about this diagram here. Excuse me. It says, yes, there are some complexity, but each group is neat and stands on its own. We put in abbreviations, all seem to fit into a one branch or of our family tree. It says no details for modern humans appear in this particular image. So this is the evolution of modern humans over the last 600,000 years includes lots of variations and development of groups. So they talking about different groups of modern humans. It says, however, the evolution of modern humans over the last 600,000 years include lots of variations and development of groups. The simplified image, like the above, don't show that modern humans themselves developed a cladogram branching family tree of evolution. It says combining fossil evidence with DNA allows us to make reconstructions of history. Surprisingly, like all animals, modern humans also have a finer level, the presence of occasional hybridization. It says, so they're talking about this chart right here. It says, notice the presence of occasional hybridization. This is also called, it means that it's lessening something. Something is being despeciated, but they're calling it despeciation. The loss of a unique species due to its combining with another previous distinct species. So that means that when you combine two species together, depending on what the mix is, one of them is decreasing, one of them is lessening, one of them is reducing the other one's DNA. That's what that means. So we look at the chart here, we'll see Homo habilis down there. This is a part of the Homo family. It's got a Homo in the front, but then it's the you got Homo denisovans, which is a recent find that they just got, and then this is another one that's not even now. Going this way. So they gave some of their DNA to them early on, between what they say in the 300 and 200,000 year mark. So that's integration. That means that their genes are going into them. But either which way it go, they turn into Homo sapiens here. This is the species that from which everybody is associated with today at 99.9% if you're in Africa. So what you're counting when you're talking about haplogroups, you're talking about at the time that the mutation happens within Homo sapiens, not these groups. So you got LO, L1, L2, L3, and then when this right here is say non-Africans. See that? Can y'all see that? Or sure, do I need to make it bigger?
Yeah,
so they're saying that another species of the Homo that introgressed off into these people and made them non-African. I wonder if this is gonna work. Hold on, I'm gonna click on it. Can y'all see that?
Yeah, we got it.
Hello? Is it bigger?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we got it. It's good.
Okay, so once again, they counting based on time this mutation. LO, which is the Khoisan people, they even got their names up here. These are San people. Then they got Central African foragers at L1, West Africans at L2, and East Africans at L3. And then this OOA represents out of Africa. This is the mix right here. This is when they start. But this right here is the only way that you can identify if they non-African, because all of this within inside of here is African at 99.9%. When you get right here, this DNA dilutes this DNA. All of this DNA gets diluted from 99.9 down to 99.6 or whatever, depending on individual integration. Same thing with these people. They got 5%. This particular group of non-African. They got even more integration from a non-Homo sapien. You understand what I'm saying? So this integration dilutes it lessens, dilutes, and reduces this DNA. This DNA is fixed at 99.9%. Got it? So, hold on. I gotta stop sharing.
Share the screen again. All good.
Hold on. I gotta go to something else here. Hold on. Okay, so hold on. Let me share my screen again. Now, I know some people don't like ChatGPT or whatever, but this is something for simplification purposes that I think some people need to embrace. Not saying that ChatGPT is always correct, but it can help us speed this little conversation along. So now, this is what I want to focus on. It says genomic data and types explained. It says, now this is the question.
Can you share your screen? Oh, there you go. There you go.
I'm sharing it right now.
Got it.
Can you see it?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay, so the prompt is right here. This right here in blue. It says, break down the difference between protein coding, whole genome, and raw alignment in genetics. And see, this is how you measure genetics, and you got different ways of doing so. So it says in genetics, different types of data and analysis can be used to understand the genome. Here's a breakdown of protein coding, whole genome, and raw alignment. It says protein coding, but I'm not going to really bore y'all with this. What I'm going to do is I'm just going to go down to the next prompt, because so now this is what I'm going to ask. And out of those three types of ways to measure DNA in humans, this is what I'm going to ask. Which is the best method as far as genetic accuracy? This is what we want to know. So out of these three, out of protein coding, whole genome sequencing, and raw alignment, which one is better to measure the genomes of humans? That's why I'm asking it this question. It said when it comes to genetic accuracy, whole genome sequencing, WGS, is generally considered the best method, and here's why. Whole genome sequencing, GWS, is the best for genetic accuracy. It says comprehensive data coverage. Whole genome sequencing captures the entire genome, which includes coding regions, exon. non-coding regions, itrons, and regulatory elements and intergenetic sequencing. This is crucial for understanding the full genetic variation of the individual. Non-coding regions may not directly code for a protein. So they talking about that other one don't necessarily do that, but they play vital roles in gene regulation, structural variation, and disease susceptibility. It says inclusion of non-coding regions. Non-coding regions are critical for genetic regulation, and genetic modification, and genetic stability. And ignoring them, like in a protein coding only analysis, can miss important genetic factors that contribute to disease or unique traits. Many diseases and traits are influenced by variations in these non-coding regions. So capturing them, including accuracy, capturing them increases accuracy when diagnosing and understanding genetic predisposition.
You got 5 minutes. 5 minutes left.
Okay. So hold on. So let me just go down to the conclusion. It says, for the most comprehensive and accurate genetic analysis, whole genome sequencing is the best approach. This captures both coding and non-coding sequences, offering complete insight into genetic variation, and allows for a detection of a broader range of mutations, including structural variation. And see this right here? This is going to be important. Structural variation. This makes it the most accurate method when it comes to understanding the individual full genome makeup and the potential impact of health, traits, and disease susceptibility. It says whole protein coding sequences is still valuable for specific applications, like identifying non-genetic diseases and mutations that directly impact protein. But whole genome provides a more holistic and accurate view of the genome whole overall. So the reason why I'm reading that, so you will understand that the whole genome is what he's probably going to show in his slide on structural variation, is the reason why. Hold on, I stopped sharing, right?
You did. You want to keep sharing?
Yeah, hold on now. I'm finna go because I'm just gonna go to another slide real quick if I can.
Yeah. Let me know when you're ready.
Hold on. Here it comes. Now, this slide right here, this is something I hope this be able to go.
I don't see nothing. It's like it's a black screen. Are you trying to share it? Can you share it again? Oh, there it is. There it is. You see it.
Maybe it's taking time to come up. You don't see it?
No, I got it. I see it.
Hold on, I'm gonna try to share it. Okay, I have to see. I just took it down because you said that you didn't see it. Hold on, give me a second. I'm gonna put it back up.
Got it. And I got your time pause as you get this set up, and I'm gonna press it once you start again.
Yeah, just let me know when you can see it.
I see it.
Okay, so this right here is the big picture, and then it says, well, I'm gonna speed up. It says, on average, a person's genome sequence is 99.6% identical to a reference human genome sequence. This person sets a genomic variation account for the 0.4% difference. Now, what they're telling you is that through structural variation, that this is how they're able to see it. But I'm going to speed through here. Now, see this right here. This is going to talk about how the single nucleotide measurement is 99.9. So they're only measuring one single nucleotide, one line. But when you get down to structural variation down here, it says when you any two or more genomes are on average or 99.6%. This is when you account for the 0.4 difference. The latter percentage reflects both single nucleotide differences and differences that involve multiple nucleotides discussed in the detail below. So they're going to start talking about the difference between SNVs, SPs, and so forth and so on. but I got to speed through it because I ain't got. So see, this is single. This is single S and V. This is one line. But as the technology gets better, they're going to be able to. They're going to do with insertions and deletions, tandem repeats, and SMVs are right here. But watch this. Let me get to the. Let me just go ahead and speed past this because I just need to show one thing, one real chart, and then I'll let him go. This chart right here. If it'll click to it. Yeah, this chart right here is how they break this down. Now, the single nucleotide is in purple right here, if you can see it. This only represents 5 million base nucleotides. See this right here? It says SNVs. So this is going to make you 99. This is where they measure the 99.9 between the single from a single position. But then this is dealing with insertions and deletion. This adds another 600,000 another 2 million 2 million nucleotides. But the big one right here says structural variation, structural variance. See, 20 million nucleotide difference. This is what deals with the introgression right here. And this is what, when they got better technology, they was able to identify Neanderthal DNA off in modern humans. I'll stop right there and let and then we can go from there. Hello?
All right, so now we're going to start with Yeroc. I was muted. Yeroc, you got 15 minutes and some change, just to go into your presentation. And then after this, I'm going to give James 5 minutes of rebuttal. Then Yeroc, you're going to get 5 minutes of rebuttal. Then we're both going to go in with 10. Sound good?
All good.
I will start the clock when you are ready.
All right, we're going to start with this chart right here that James showed. And he's correct. There is integration from Neanderthal in the non-African, from Neanderthal and Denisovan. But what he leaves out is that non-African branch is still on the Homo sapien branch, and nothing on the page says they are less Homo sapien. That's all shit he's adding. Excuse me. That's all things he's adding to the paper. All right, now load up the King monologue video. Go to 1821. I couldn't hear it. You muted if you're saying something.
Okay, so I'm gonna play this, and you said you couldn't hear it. James, you can't hear it either.
I didn't hear anything.
No, I can't hear it.
All right, let me see if I can share a screen again. I'm gonna try to share with that link. All right. Let's see if I can get it on here. My tab. All right. Stop.
I can't find my notes, and I haven't had coffee. And I wouldn't want to be you.
Yeah, I can hear it now.
You got it? All right, I'm going to get to 1821. And
I'll tell you when to stop.
Was when you spoke about the fact that people of African or Asian ethnic minorities, I'm going to say in inverted commas,
global majority.
Global majority ethnic minorities tend to have substandard, would you say? Substandard, not as good, not as thorough as the data that comes out of Europe, because so much more testing goes on amongst Europeans, so they've got much more rich data. Is that essentially what you were getting at? Or
okay, yeah, we can. I don't know if I would use. I mean, sometimes it can be that stark. Sometimes it's a lot. It's not as sensational as that, because the thing that you have to remember is that as human beings, most of our DNA is the same, right? So we're talking about 99% of what we have is the same amongst all of us. We're one species, so it's kind of the same. So a lot of
I've heard 9.9. Sorry to cut you off. Is that right, or is that correct?
Yeah.
So it's 99.9.
Yeah, that's
okay.
what so that's what the Human Genome Project kind of came up with once it kind of referenced people, and we haven't really moved from that.
You can hear
what's in that bit that's not the same is crucial, so don't get me wrong. That's
go and pause.
Yeah, you got to go back a little bit now.
All right.
She's going to say we are all one species. I just need to hear that again.
I mean, sometimes it can be that stark. Sometimes it's not as sensational as that, because the thing that you have to remember is that as human beings, most of our DNA is the same, right? So we're talking about 99% of what we have is the same amongst all of us. We're one species, so it's
right there.
Yep. So right there, we're all one species. We're not. Some of us aren't less of a species than the other. We're all one. All right, keep going.
kind of the same. So a lot of
I've heard 99.9. Sorry to cut you off. Is that right, or is that correct?
Yeah.
So it's 99.9.
Yeah, that's what it. Yeah. So that's what the Human Genome Project kind of came up with once it kind of referenced people, and we haven't really moved from that. What's in that bit that's not the same is crucial. So don't get me wrong. That's not to say that there isn't important information in what's not the same. But what that means is lots of common diseases, common things amongst human beings. The tests and the results are
you can stop.
the same. Where you see.
All right, you can go to the modern humans, Homo sapiens, when, where, how. But I just want to reiterate, we're all one species. You heard of it yourself. We're all one species. The percentage that is different is important. It's what makes things. It's what separates us and makes us different. But it doesn't make us less human, less Homo sapien, or anything else. And we read the first line on this page. Our species, Homo sapien, is the only human alive today. That includes all of us. All right, scroll down to where it says Homo sapien characteristics.
Right here?
No, Homo sapien characteristics. Keep going.
Oh, there it goes. There you go. All right. All right, that good?
All right. Hold on, let me get right. All right. As the most widespread human species to ever live on Earth, Homo sapiens cover a huge range of diversity. Living people have a variety of different traits, including shapes, sizes, skin colors, but share certain characteristics that show we're all members of one species. Many of these characteristics can be found in our skeleton and are used by human evolution scientists such as expert Professor Chris Stinger to identify archaic Homo sapiens. Homo sapien remain. Our species has a number of diagnostic features that set us apart from other human species, explains Chris. The Homo sapien skull, for instance, has a high and rounded brain case, only a small bony brow ridge above the eyes, and a chin on the lower jaw, which our relatives don't have. Our body shape, our body is also a different shape with relatively narrow shoulders, trunk, and pelvis. CT scans of our body reveal further, less obvious differences, such as structures of a middle ear, inner ear, and teeth. By examining the evolution of these characteristics along with any preserved ancient DNA, scientists can begin to investigate where our species came from. I just want to note, nowhere, we can stop right there. I just want to note that nowhere in there did it separate modern human beings and make anybody less human than anybody else. It says we're identified, go back up, right there, by the human skull, for instance, because it has a high and rounded brain case, only a small bony brow ridge above the eyes, and a chin on the lower jaw. Also, our bodies are different shape with relatively narrow shoulders, trunk, and pelvis, and that's how a Homo sapien is identified. So, how can you be less Homo sapien by those characteristics? All right, you can go to participation in genomic research. Right there. See, stop right there. Go back up some. Oh, nah, you good. You good. The big picture. Human DNA sequences, that is our genomes, are more than 99.9% identical among people. The 0.1% genomic differences come from variations among nearly 3 million bases in our DNA. Sometimes these variations can influence our chances of developing the disease. So once again, all humans are the same. The 0.1% is where the genetic variations come in, and those aren't don't make you less human. They're just genetic variations. That's all. How much? What's time? How much time I got left?
You got about 5 minutes left.
All right, go down to what makes humans diverse. It's on this page. Yeah. While humans are similar in most ways, our biological processes make each of us unique. Many aspects of these processes are encoded in our DNA, which is based on the sequence of the four letters of life, A, C, G, and T. The dissimilarities among human genomes, referred to as variants, come from differences in our DNA sequences. The human genome is more than 3 billion letters long, which means that a variant could reside at any place among those letters. These variants occur at different frequencies across different human populations. Some are rare and unique to specific families, while others are common and found across populations. Genomes from distinct populations differ due to multiple factors, including who people decide to reproduce with, as well as human migration patterns. Also, in specific populations, certain variants became widespread as they provided an advantage that helped them adapt to environmental changes. Once again, no one is less human, and I'm gonna stop right there.
You got 3 minutes. If you don't want to use that, we could go on to the next round.
Yeah, we can go on. I don't want to waste nothing. I'll use the rest later.
All right, James, you got 5 minutes to do your rebuttal. And if you want to share your screen, let me know.
I say, okay. So can you hear me?
Yeah, I got you.
Yeah, so like it's a shame that he's using this source without even going on down the line to the other slides of this source, where it starts to show and it actually says something about 99.6% off in the same paper, but he doesn't even understand what integration is. So see, he's still arguing the fact that it's just one species on this planet and integration never happened. That's what they used to think, and before 2010. So let me show you an actual geneticist telling you that they had to give this shit up. Excuse me. And this Professor David Wright. Now watch what he say. Let me make sure this is loud and clear. Y'all, okay? Let me know if y'all can hear this.
Each one of these is its own sort of struggle to figure out how it happened and explain. And I wanted to move on to the second part of my talk. And the second part of my talk, sort of another example where it was a great surprise. I came from Luca Cavalli's Sforza school where we thought we all came out of Africa. There was no interbreeding, and I was very...
Let me stop. He said, I come from the Luca Kavorsky school of thought right here. That's the school that he came from, where they thought that all humans came out of Africa with no mixing. That's what they used to think. Watch what he say.
Very much part of that school. My PhD supervisor was part of the group that established that. And when I came into the consortium, my very strong assumption was that that hadn't occurred. And my colleagues and I worked extremely hard, harder than we otherwise would have, to make the result go away.
So he said they didn't want to believe this, and they worked harder than otherwise they would have to make the results go away. What result is he trying to make to go away? The fact that Africans came out of Africa and integrated with another hominid, meaning they mixed. They didn't want to accept it, but then they had to accept it. They were Yeroc. They was at where Yeroc at right now. He don't want to accept that this mixture dilutes the Homo sapiens sapien DNA that he's identifying at 99.9%. When you integrate with something that's not a Homo sapiens sapien, when you mix, that means you are diluting the DNA from what came out at 99.9%. I don't understand why this is so hard. But let me go ahead and just let this continue playing.
Because we were very skeptical of the idea that interbreeding had occurred. But the data seemed to show it in every possible way, and we kept developing new tests, and eventually it's just unambiguous. Right now, there's just so many signals and signs of Neanderthal DNA evident in our genomes. If you're a non-African person, it's just extremely obvious at this point.
See? So now what is he saying? He's saying that all non-Africans, they can see Neanderthal DNA, which is Homo Neanderthal, not Homo sapien. So when you can see a mix, you are diluting the Homo sapien DNA. I don't see how you can get around not understanding that. But we're going to see how you're going to do this. I can stop right there because there ain't no need for me to continue on.
Man, all I got to say to that video is you added all your points.
That's where I know I simplified.
I simplified. I know you don't understand what he's saying. Is it my time?
James,
is it my time?
Let me mute out. Go ahead.
Yeah.
Now, all you did, you call it simplifying. I'll call it adding to. What he said was they didn't want to believe that they integrated with Neanderthals, but the evidence showed them that they did. What he didn't say was they are less human, they're not Homo sapiens sapiens, they're hybrid species, or none of the above. That's your interpretation of what he said. That's all I got to say to that.
You don't want to use any sources to rebut anything that he said? If not, we could go right into the back and forth.
We can go into the back and forth.
All right, I'm gonna give y'all 15 minutes for a back and forth round. Feel free to use any source that you would like to share the screen, and go ahead.
Well, right here, don't this say something about out of Africa versus hybridization and assimilation on my screen?
I see it.
So if I get to reading this, what do you think they're talking about?
Read it.
This is I don't understand what is going. So you're saying that hybridization didn't happen?
I'm gonna say it's not. It's not going to say that Europeans, Asians, or anybody else is less human.
So
that's what it's not.
So basically, you're denying that hybridization happened.
No.
Yeah, you are. That's exactly what you're doing. You're denying that hybridization happened within Homo sapiens sapiens. That's what you're doing. You said that everybody's 99.9%.
Yeah, no. Homo sapiens are not hybrids. Yeah, I'm denying that. Yes.
I know. Well, you're wrong.
Show me.
So
show the people.
This source right here telling you wrong. Every source that I done showed you, and you're not gonna understand this evidently. But this still saying you wrong, bro. Like, what's going on?
Show me. Show it.
Okay, watch this. Let me just go and read this then, since you think like it's a joke. Look what it say. In 1997, a rumble went through the science world. For the first time in history, Savante Pavo and his team were able to extract DNA from a skeletal remain of a extinct human. What does that mean? They ain't living no more. A species of Homo neanderthalis. So that's the first time that they found this DNA that lived about 40,000 years ago. So they saying that that's another species. Do you not see this? You not acknowledging
Yeah,
that?
Homo Neanderthal is another species. That's not what we're talking about.
So what do you think happens if another species breeds with another species? Does that DNA not dilute the other the two parent DNA? Like, okay, just say one of them is Homo sapien. No, one of them is a Homo sapien sapien at 99.9%. The other one's a Neanderthal at 99%. When they breed together,
what's a 99.9% Homo sapien?
That's modern humans.
So a modern human is only 99.9%
Homo sapien. Homo sapien sapien or Homo sapien. That's modern humans. That's the only class. That's just for that DNA. It ain't got nothing to do with Neanderthal DNA. Neanderthal is distinct, right?
So modern humans are 99.9% Homo sapien?
Yes.
Do you know when they say you're 99.9%, all that means is they're comparing your genome to another person?
That's the
like they don't find one person.
Hold on, Cam. What is the single nucleotide variation?
How you distinguish between human populations?
Yeah, but that's on a single level. That's not on a multiple. They're not tested for multiple things in that test. That's what the human variation is.
James, when they find one person in the ground, do they say that one person is 99.9% Homo sapien?
They can test and find out.
Exactly.
That's what you
and how do they do that?
Understand.
How do they do that?
They do it through genetics. They do it through genetics. They extract DNA from the fossil. You saying that's not true?
And then what do they do?
And then they test it to see what's in it.
And then they compare it with another human, correct?
They compare it to a genome reference of all the 99.9 that they got off in the genome reference. So they already got the whole human genome. Wait a minute. They got the whole human genome at 99.9%. Then when they dig somebody else's ass out the ground, they're gonna test it based on that reference DNA of the 90, and they're gonna be able to tell you if they can do it right now. They can tell you if I kill somebody.
And what does it tell you?
Huh?
What does it tell you?
Somebody and they decay in the ground, they can tell if that person was a European or African based on their DNA. They can do that. The same thing with this. They can tell if somebody is introgressed with African with 99.9% Homo sapien sapien DNA, or if they got Neanderthal DNA introgressed.
You're missing the point.
What do you mean?
You're missing the point.
That is the whole point.
When they find a skeleton, they don't just find it and say you're not here. It's 99.9%. They compare it to other genomes and say it's 99.9% similar to another genome. That's it. That's all that is. That don't make somebody human or less human. The percentages are comparisons between genomes. That's it.
And what does that?
Do you understand that?
Well, hold up, no, I don't. What does that have to do with identifying?
That means that there are no 99.9% Homo sapien. You're 100% Homo sapien. You're 100% Homo sapien. Your genes are 99.9% similar to another human being. That's what that means.
Man, you just talking about recombination in the 99.9%. What are you talking about? I don't know what's going on, but you don't know what you're talking about, bro.
That's the point.
I put that right on the screen. You said it wasn't that you don't even believe in hybridization. I put it right on the screen.
No, you didn't.
Oh man.
No, you didn't. What you
Is this
haven't
like
put
is
on the
hybridization?
screen, what you haven't put on the screen is Europeans are less human than Africans. That's
Well,
what you haven't put on.
I would have to go through and read. See, I would have to go through and read all of this, and I don't really think I got time to do this when you don't even understand what's going on with integration. You don't even understand that if you like if we just did modern human DNA, that tells me that I'm 91.8% African African sub-Saharan African. That's what my DNA test tell me. DNA tell me that, hey, you got 5% European DNA. How are they doing that if they ain't measuring?
I'm gonna jump in here and see if I could help direct it. So either of you can answer this. Does the Homo sapien versus Homo sapien distinction aid your argument?
Well, it doesn't necessarily aid the argument because it's still Homo sapien DNA, and that's still separate from Homo Denisovan, or it's separate from Homo Neanderthal. So the only thing that's doing that's just separating it from being still in an archaic phase to a more modern phase, right?
Yeah, and
that's all that's separating, but it's not separating the Homo sapien from still being a sapien in the sapien family.
Yeah, if I understand Yeroc's argument specifically, saying that just because you may have another species does not make you less human, less modern human.
Well, is Homo Neanderthal DNA modern human DNA?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, look, I'll break it down. 40,000 years ago, when humans and Neanderthals made it with each other, those first offspring were hybrids. But after 40,000 years of modern humans coming in and overtaking their DNA, at this point today, those Neanderthal genes that are in there are simply in the 0.1% difference in our genetic variation.
And that's
it.
True.
They're a part of the human genome.
That's
they don't make you show otherwise, bro.
So James, you disagree that we are 99.9% the same?
We're not. And I showed it where they say they dropped down to 99.6 based on the structural variation. It just that some people ain't never. It means that they're able to see more variation based on archaic.
How does that make you less human?
So if you procreate with a polar bear and a grizzly bear, that DNA is going to be 50-50 at the first procreation. But if one of them keep procreating with a grizzly bear, it's going to dilute the polar bear DNA down to a certain percentage. That's all they saying, that they can see integration from Neanderthal DNA off in Homo sapiens sapiens. And if you're going to deny that, that would be just like saying that only thing
I haven't denied that.
You basically doing
what I'm asking you is to explain how 99.6% genetic similarities makes you less human. That's all I want you to explain.
And see, hold on. Let me see. You don't accept words like dilution and shit like that. You don't accept those words. But when somebody say that their DNA got diluted, that means that they're lessened. It's lessened. It's reducing. It's doing the same thing. But it seems like you can't understand that, and that's why
none of your sources explain that either.
Man, you want me to read whole genetic papers to you for you to understand this?
I want you to explain your point.
Well, the point was
how does it make? How does it make?
People watching, 14 votes. Everybody watching, make sure you vote in the poll.
Well, the point
how does that make?
It's Yeroc.
Huh?
And how does that make Europeans? How does it make Europeans less human? That's all. I haven't heard the explanation yet.
Okay, well let me go back to reading, I guess, because this is crazy. Hold on, let me stop sharing my screen.
And we got a comment in the chat saying the 4% doesn't make you less human. It makes you different genetically with other humans. It has nothing to do with Neanderthals. That's from Tony Macaroni.
Yeah, but that doesn't have to do with nothing but the classification that Europeans use. I mean, everybody can be in their own feelings about what's being said or whatever. But that don't have no. Hold on, let me make sure that I got what I'm looking for right here, because I got a bunch of screens up. What screen do I need?
You got Sadiq in the chat. Smelly, I could tell you wasn't feeling your vote. James ain't making sense. He's putting his own spin. And this is in response to someone voted for James in the chat, but then they started regretting their vote, thinking that Yeroc was getting the upper hand.
No, because Yeroc don't know what he's talking about. So now, see, this is what I'm saying. I'd have to read a whole bunch of shit. So check this out. It says identifying the identification of Neanderthal integration in SNPs, single nucleotide polymorphism. It says all.
Is this going to lead us to somebody being less human?
Well, you'd have to. That's what I'm saying. I would have to read all this for you to be able to understand what I'm talking about. See, and that's what you don't want to do. You don't want to do that. You don't want to. So why do they got? Why do they got?
I got one more source to read. You can read yours. I got one more to read too. Go ahead. I'm muting out. Go ahead.
Why do they got stuff like identifying Neanderthal integration in SNP? Why do they got this stuff? If this is just something that's made up. And see what this would require is me to read a whole damn genetic paper to anybody for y'all to understand it, and I don't think we got time for that shit.
Hey, if you don't want to read, I got one.
Analysis. Hold on. Analysis of integration suggests that people in the Levant and in Southern Arabia populations have a shared population history. So this is what the real fight is right here. They're trying to find out when do these people with this Neanderthal integration come back into Africa, because this is the only identifying marker that you can use in Homo sapien DNA to be able to identify, because Homo sapien DNA is African. So unless you got some Neanderthal DNA, that's the only way you can identify a non-African. That is why they identify non-Africans based on Neanderthal integration. That's what it's based on. So you can't have it both ways and say that, it's not useful and it's not valuable and everybody's 99.9 when this Neanderthal DNA drops you down to 99.6.
Well, I have a question.
You make an argument.
That's how they identify the shit.
Just to make this clear, I'm gonna ask you both this question, right? So I'm seeing, 99.6%, but then I also see people talk about 2 to 4% Neanderthal. Like, what is the difference between, a European being 2 to 4% versus us having 99.6% similarity?
Well, though, that little 2% is really more bigger than what people want to make it seem like. But it gives them certain things for like allele differences and creatines and makes their skin have lesions on them. But I don't want to talk about the negative. But
what it doesn't do is give them anything that if you dig them up, you wouldn't identify them as anything but a Homo sapien. They wouldn't be less human.
But you would be able to. But now with the way science does it now.
Hey, let me share one more source, Ken.
What you don't want to admit that now they can see integration off in all humans. That's what you still not admitting, because I can see they can see it in me. I got it.
Hey, Cam, go to
what you saying? If they dug me up, they wouldn't be able to see
all human social groups. All human social groups. Yeah, they will see you integrate, but they won't say you're less human.
They would say I was less modern human. I was integrated with Neanderthal. What are you talking about?
They would never.
Don't worry about it. Go ahead.
If they did, you would have showed somebody saying that. Here, I'm gonna give you this title right here. All human social groups are human, but some are more humans than others. Is that what you saying, James?
You say what?
All human social groups are human, but some are more human than others. Is that what you saying?
Well, from a genetic point, yeah.
All right. Finish it up. A comprehensive investigation of implicit association of humans to U.S. racial ethnic groups. All right, go down to uh, oh, hold on. Let's see. Go up a little bit. All right, right here. All humans belong to the species Homo sapiens. Yet throughout history, humans have breathed life into the Orwellian adage that all humans are equal, but some humans are more equal than others. Here, they did an experiment on 61,000 people, and they was asking white people, black people, Asians, and the like, do you feel you're more human than another group?
What do you mean, Phil? We talking about genetics.
I understand. I'm reading the abstract right now. All human groups are equally human, but are they automatically represented as such? Harnessing data from 61,377 participants across 13 experiments, a um, a sharp disassociation between implicit and explicit measures emerged, despite explicitly affirming the equal humanity of all racial ethnic groups. White participants consistently associated human more with white than black, Hispanic, Asian, or other explicit associations. And James, that is what you doing. You doing some white shit right now by trying to say Africans are more human than anybody else.
They are more modern human, but you keep throwing human in there. Go ahead.
And say, you prove with the point. You
So
doing some white people.
why you keep saying human when Homo sapiens and Homo neanderthals are in the same genes? Why do you keep doing that?
Because Homo sapiens is the only Homo sapiens live today. Do you know that?
Well, that's true to a degree. We came out and we took over the rest of the planet, but by a percentage of 99.6%. Everybody outside of Africa is identified as non-African based on integration. So I don't know.
Are they identified as Homo sapiens? Are they identified as Homo sapiens?
They are then identified as Homo sapiens who are introgressed. They're non-Africans. But see, you can't get past the coding. You can't get past the coding of what's going on. That's what's going on here. But anyway, man, I don't want to waste time arguing with you about this. Let me just share my screen again. Let me do that.
All right.
Because I don't understand why this is even an argument. You just denying integration even happened. And you saying that everybody's 99.9% the same.
When did I say that?
You keep saying that everybody's 99.9% the same, and you're not acknowledging that the 99.9 drops when integration happens.
Did I read the same thing you read? The same source, right? The same source.
20 minutes. We got 20 minutes. So I'm gonna give James, one more chance to share your screen, and then you guys, both of y'all, could do closing statements, and then we could close the debate.
Hold on. So now this right here. Hold on, y'all. I gotta mute out.
James, you good?
Yo.
Yeah, I don't know if he's good.
Yo, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
He's still about to share the screen.
Yeah, I think he was about to share some. This has been a good debate. If you appreciate what you're seeing, hit the Cash App, $Comgyverse. I'm definitely going to try to have more of these debates in the future. This has been a pretty, intriguing back and forth. I think in the very, very beginning, James was winning handedly, in the poll, and then as more votes started to come in, Yeroc started winning. So I don't know. I think James may still have a slight edge, but if everybody watching, we have 40 people in the building right now. So if you're in the building and you listen to the debate, go ahead and vote in the poll just to see who has a victory. I'm going to do a show debate and then a post-show debate. So we're going to get all the tallies in just to see what people think. And James, when you're ready, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm back. It says, so here's a full correction of a comprehensive summary using everything we've discussed so far, including taxonomy of ancient and modern humans, SNPs, and structural variation, base genetic similarities, archaic integration, Neanderthal, and said the myth that 100% identical DNA, correction phrases, and Homo sapien diversity. Now, it says human genetic similarity and lineage. Summary: modern humans, Homo sapiens sapiens. All living humans today belong to Homo sapiens sapiens. The only severing subspecies of Homo sapiens. So that means that they're the only one that survive, to be Homo sapiens sapiens. It says any two individuals share 99.9% of their DNA based on SNP comparison. So they just talking about single nucleotide thing, which I tried to tell y'all. The remaining 1% reflects recombination, driven genetic diversity. So that's within only Homo sapiens sapiens. That ain't got nothing to do with nobody else. That accounts for individual mutation and structural variations, insertion and deletions. And see, they got that in parentheses. So while we often say 100% Homo sapien, we must clarify. Modern humans share 99.9% of their genome, with the only 0.1% remaining intra-species variation, not with Neanderthal or other archaic humans. Do you see that? It says Homo sapiens. It says Neanderthal, Homo neanderthalis, in parentheses. That's a whole nother species. A distinct human species, not Homo sapien, but still full human. I never said they wasn't human. I said they was a different species, and when you interbreed with them, that's going to dilute this DNA from being 99.9%. That's what I said. It said a distinct human, not Homo sapien, but still a full human, shared a common ancestor with modern humans 500 to 700,000 years ago. SNP similarities with modern humans is 99.9%, 99.6% the same. Now look, they even dropped it lower, and this with structural variation adjustment similarity, they dropped it down to 99.6. We can argue about what it dropped it down to, but it drops it. It says this combination, this contributes. It says they contribute to 1 to 2% of the genome of the modern Eurasians via admixture. See, so that's what they're saying. They contribute 1 to 2% of the genome of modern Eurasians via admixture. They talking about this DNA. It says Denisovans. Homo denisovans. Says another archaic human population closely related to Neanderthal, also diverged from Homo sapiens 500 to 750,000 years ago. SNP similarities to modern humans is 99.6. SNV adjustment similarities is 99.2 to 99.3. Why is it changing? Because they're only doing single variations here, but when they do the SNVs, it drops it down. But I don't even really agree that I'm thinking when you do a single, it might be at 99, but maybe not. It says integration into modern humans. It says Malaysians, the Papua New Guineans, Aboriginal people have 6% of this in them. They talking about Denisovan DNA. And some Eastern and Southern Eurasians have trace amount. It says they also interbred with Neanderthals producing hybrids like Denny. Now, see, Denny, she's a 50% Neanderthal and 50% Denisovan. So that kills you right there. You don't even know what's going on. These people are hybrids, but their percentages drop down so low. Huh?
Are them hybrids living today? It's a European hybrid.
Their DNA is living today.
It's a European hybrid. It's a European hybrid.
Based on taxonomy, yeah. You want me to pull up hybridization in humans?
I want you to pull up a European being hybrid. That's what I want you to do.
Who do you think they talking about? They say all non-Africans.
No, I don't want to think. I don't want to think about who they talk about. I want you to show me who they talking about.
Stop.
Why do I have to think who they talking about?
Show you this.
Show me.
So you don't know.
Because that's what we're supposed to be doing.
So who you think they talking about? I want to know this before I do this. Who do you think they talking about?
I don't know. Show me.
You don't know what Eurasian mean? You see this word right here?
It don't mean less human. It don't mean less human. It don't mean less Homo sapiens.
You know what? I can't convince you or nothing, and I'm not.
No, I want you to show me.
It's got something to do with something. So, and why are you even interrupting me when this is going on?
All right. So what I'm gonna do? I
didn't even get a chance to finish.
You're not finished? I thought you were finished. All right.
No, he interrupted because I guess it was hurting.
All right, let him finish. And we're both, I'll let you both do closing statements, and then we're going to open up the floor. We got about 50 people in the building. So anybody who wants to come in and ask questions, or just give their take on the debate, they're going to get a chance to do that. So I'm going to let James finish, and then we're going to get into our closing statements.
So right here where it says Denny, right here, this is identifying a hybrid species of human. Because Denisovans and Neanderthals is human. But there are different types of humans on this planet, and they can identify this shit off in human DNA today. So anyway, so it says archaic Homo sapiens, early forms of our species, Jebel Hood, Omo Kabesh, dating back to 200 to 300 to 200,000 years ago, morphologically modernizing, but not fully behavioral modern human. So what they're saying is the morphology ain't changed yet. You see that? But it said so they just talking about morphology, but genetically, SMP similarities, 99.9% to modern human. Well, what do you fucking know? Now, see, this right here, they still gonna stay in a high 99.9% because that's dealing with SVs, and that's structural variation within inside of Africa. We know Africans are the genetically diverse on the planet, right? We should know that. So you're gonna see this drop off between species, but when you procreate outside of this, it's gonna drop down even more. So it says Homo erectus. It says an archaic human, so that's a human too, ancestor that spread across Africa and Asia 2 million years ago, likely ancestor to both Neanderthals and modern humans. SMP similarities is nice. So they just giving you the breakdown on the. So they even go to chimpanzees. See what I'm saying? Chimpanzees ain't no modern humans, but they still 98.98% close to us. They ain't 99.9%. So this is how you measure it. Structural variation similarities drops them down even further, because this is the most accurate way to really measure it. Now, I don't agree that they went down this far, but this is just how you measure it. And it says a huge difference in regulatory elements and brain development genes. It says, so archaic integration recap. Sub-Saharan African, 0% except Eurasian backflow. So they saying if you Sub-Saharan African, you're gonna have this, it's gonna be supposed to be 0% Neanderthal DNA unless you got back migration integration. See, so that's how we know when non-Africans came back in. If we don't use this, we fuck. Excuse me. We know that Africans don't have no Denisovan DNA at all. So that's 0. It says 100% Homo sapien ancestry. So I didn't make him say this. It says Europeans and East Eurasian. So they talking about Neanderthal DNA that they got. See that? And then they talking about Denisovan DNA that they got. Admixture with both archaic groups. It says, and then it says they go on and they talk about that. So final conclusion, and I'll be done. Final clarification of the 100% Homo sapien DNA claim. No, Homo sapiens carries, no Homo sapien carries 100% all possible Homo sapien DNA. because every individual carries unique mutation. 0.1% variation. So they talking about just within that 99. That's why it drops from 100%, because the variation exists even among purely Homo sapien genome. However, if someone carries no Neanderthal or Denisovan DNA, they may say they are genetically, and they may say that they are genetically 100% derived from Homo sapien lineage, but not 100% identical to every other human. So that explains what you're talking about. You're talking about that 1% represents variation. It does not represent introgression. So I hope that helped you, that cleared that up for you. So we can stop right there. He left?
Yeah, he was just on and he left like a few seconds ago. So yeah, this has been a pretty good debate. I think that Yeroc, okay, he just sent me a message. I'm gonna tell him to come back on. Appreciate everybody in the building. This has been a great debate talking about whether or not white folks are pure modern human. The poll, oh my goodness, it went in the opposite direction. Like before it was going like it was headed towards 50-50. Now I think like James is like blowing it out of the water at this point.
They don't understand what's going on, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, so Yeroc is back. So Yeroc, you
got what I just sent you?
Yeah. Do you want to share your screen and show that?
Yeah, go on, show that right quick.
All right. Well, actually, is that your closing statement? Are you ready to do your close?
Yeah, I can close. Yeah, I can close with this.
All right. Do you want me to share the thing that you just sent?
Yep.
All right. Let me get it real quick. Let me get it open. It's core weird like that sometimes. I get this on a new tab. It's been a great debate so far. Appreciate both of y'all for getting up to this. It's been a long time coming. I'm glad to finally get it off of the web and, into these YouTube streets. So I got Yeroc's screen, and feel free to begin when you are ready, Yeroc.
The idea that European or any modern human population are less human because of Neanderthal admixture is a misconception based on a misunderstanding of genetics, human evolution, and the very definition of human. Here's how to explain why it's not true. Human is defined by Homo sapiens, not genetic purity. Scientific classification. All humans belong to the species Homo sapiens. The classification is based on a wide range of anatomical, cognitive, and genetic characteristics that define our species. Interbreeding is a part of our history. The fact that Homo sapiens interbred with Neanderthals and Denisovans is simply a part of our species' complex migratory and evolutionary history. It doesn't redefine our species. We are still Homo sapiens. I think I sent you another page. Yeah, modern human traits persist. Despite the small percentage of Neanderthal DNA, the vast majority of our genome is distinctly Homo sapiens. The traits that define modern humans, our highly developed brain, complex language, advanced tool making, and social structures, are overwhelmingly determined by our Homo sapien genetic makeup. Neanderthal admixture is minor and widespread, small percentage. Non-African populations, including European, Asians, and indigenous Americans, carry a small percentage of Neanderthal DNA, typically around 1 to 4%. This is a very small fraction of our genome, not unique to Europeans. While often discussed in the context of European ancestry, Neanderthal admixture is present in all non-African populations.
No shit.
So to summarize, having Neanderthal admixture does not make you less human, and if you think it does, it's because you have a misunderstanding of genetics and human evolution.
Yeah.
I'm done.
All right, James, you're up. Closing statements. Let me open up the
That
chat.
was real wow. You know, it just amazes me, bro, how people just seemingly just keep missing words that's very important to understanding the conversation, right? So no one said that Homo neanderthals aren't humans. I never said that. What I said was there are different species of human that can be seen off in genetics, and when they intermix, that dilutes the modern Homo sapien DNA, because Neanderthals are not sapiens. If we just gonna go by the last name. And anybody that can't figure that out, I don't even know what to tell them. So that's my closing argument, because I'm not really fixing to be trying to make people figure out that a Neanderthal is not a modern human, it's an archaic and extinct human. If you don't know, there's something wrong with you. But it's integration off in modern human DNA to a point to where they still Homo sapiens, but they're introgressed. And I close right there, man. That's crazy.
Right now, I'm going to open up the chat, and everybody can tune in. Everybody who's on the deck right now, be sure to vote in the poll. I'm posting the link for the show in the description. So if we take a look at what the results are right now, I think you're going to see some surprises. I mean, as I said, it was closing in. James was winning in the very, very beginning. Then, Yeroc started to close the gap, and I just took a look at it, and it did not look good for Yeroc. So everyone here voting the poll. We've had about 50 people in here. We only have 35 votes, so everybody in here voting the poll. Looks like Yeroc closed the gap a little bit more, but James still has a slight edge. So if you like what you see, the link is in the chat. If anybody wants to come in and ask the debaters questions, we are moving on into the question and answer round for the debate at large. So we're going to keep that in there. And, I think that for myself, I learned a lot from both presenters. And in my mind, I'm just thinking about, what exactly is it that makes a human, right? Because though both sides debated on whether or not, the introgression of Neanderthals makes white people less or more human, with Yeroc saying that, no, they're definitely 100% human, just like everybody else, with James saying, no, they're less because of the small percentages of non-human or non-Homo sapiens sapiens. The definition still isn't clear. And even to me, I'm going to, go back and look into biology, taxonomy, et cetera, and just figure out if I can get down to the bottom of it. So with respect to that, if there's nobody who wants to come in, I'll probably give it like another, 2 to 3 minutes. We could close the show. But overall, like I said, feel free to support the show on the Cash App. And, I appreciate both James and Yeroc for, coming on these YouTube streets and having this debate.
Right. But I'm just trying to know, so the confusion is, so what are they calling them? What is a Homo Neanderthal then?
Yeah, I mean, to me, Homo Neanderthal would be a more ancient hominin, before Homo sapiens, and they would be closely related.
It would be a Neanderthal. That's what it would be.
Okay, so
like James, a couple times. Hold on. A couple times you keep confusing what I'm saying. At no point have I said a Neanderthal and a Homo thing. At no point did I say that.
Well, what I'm saying is you're really saying that when you still say that they're still at the 99.9% once integration happens. If you're not acknowledging that the percentage drops, then you're saying that you don't acknowledge.
Did any of your sources say that they are less human?
Yeah, when you show that they dropped down from 99.9 to 99.6, then that shows it.
All right, but before we continue, we got
I don't understand
Asaram
how
Ka.
that didn't.
We got Asaram Ka in the chat. So Asaram Ka, like, who do you think won this debate and why?
I think it was a close bout. I think James edged it out a little bit. And the reason I think so is because our brother didn't start to show evidence or truths for his evidence until late. That's why it started early. I think with the percentage statement, then you see that the humanity goes from 98 to 96%. That's a drop in human percentage. So obviously something happened. If we go with the Neanderthal was before modern man, I'm not even sure we can do that, because I don't believe in divergent evolution. I believe it's convergent evolution. And the fossil record would tell us that. So I think it was a good spirited debate, and it got close in the close quarters. But let me ask you this: what is a Neanderthal made of?
Who is that for?
It's a
both of them. What is a Neanderthal?
I can answer that. It's a divergence from Homo erectus or whatever came before all three species. So it's speciation that we're dealing with. Speciation happens over time and space. So once you separate from something, just like polar bears probably was similar to grizzly bears. Once you speciate, you become a different species over time. Just like chimpanzees and bonobos. Only thing that to make them different is the damn river. They would diverge for a million years, they say. You can see phenotypical traits, but you look at a bonobo and a chimpanzee, they look almost the same. Same thing with humans. But it seems like some humans don't want to accept it. And that's where we at.
So let's do this, right? If that is the case, then what we've got a Neanderthal and we've got a human. So you got something. Is Neanderthal, if we take a pure Neanderthal, is that a human?
If you take a pure Neanderthal and a human and a Homo sapien, and they mix, the first generation is a hybrid. 50% Neanderthal, 50% Homo sapien. After 40,000 years of Homo sapiens being the only people that's reproducing, then that's how you get the 2% genome of Neanderthal genome in Homo sapiens. Because Homo sapiens came up.
That's wild.
And
don't listen. Let him finish. So, and this is why I asked the question, because obviously there's something different about the Neanderthal compared to a modern human being.
And what source did any of us show that said having Neanderthal admixture makes you less Homo sapien? When did that happen?
And that's why I put it in the chat. I said if he's going to separate himself, he needs to show the percentage. So he mentioned the percentage, but he never showed the source, and that's what made this debate so tight in the quarters, because at no point in time did you separate, but you caught back up, because you're saying no, see, all humans are modern because of this. He was already showing there was a difference between the types of humans that we see.
What humans do we see?
Meaning that this one has Neanderthal in him and this one over here does not, because we know Africans, there's some Africans who have no Neanderthal in them at all.
Right. And
so we know there's a difference in the species of humans.
And even that African would be more genetically diverse to another African than an African is to a European.
Right. So, and that's
but watch this though. But is it still in Africa when it's doing this?
Yeah.
No.
So it's African. Don't matter what's going on. We talking about when you get outside of Africa and you procreate with something that's not a Homo. All of that mutation that you talking about in Africa was Homo sapien, homie. By the way, it's all Homo sapien. Only until they leave that you see that they integrate with something that's not a Homo sapien. So anyway, go ahead.
When did you show Europeans not being homosexual? When did you show Europeans not being homosexual? Which one of your sources said it?
See, European is Homo sapien.
And that's what I'm trying. I don't understand why he ain't understanding what I'm saying.
The question is, who's less? Who has
less? Who has introgression?
Yeah.
Who has non-African introgression?
Who has, and it's not just a
non-African.
mutation. He's saying who has that mixture that would show you have a common ancestor, because you don't see common ancestors with most humans.
He don't even understand what's going on.
Not who has integration. The question is, who is less human and why?
The people who are introgressed with non-Homo sapien DNA. The people who got archaic DNA that's called Homo neanderthals and Homo denisovans. That's what they are. That's what they taxonomize them in. Go look up hybrid species in humans. I bet you're gonna see them taxonomize. Watch this. I'm gonna do it right now. I'm gonna show you. Watch this. Hybridization. Watch this.
Yeah, anybody who wants to come in from the chat, feel free. I was about to ask a question about Homo sapien and the fact that there is an official taxonomy, because somebody in the chat said that evolution is fake, and I've had a lot of followers of the channel who don't believe in evolution, particularly Darwinian evolution. Right. But when it comes to the taxonomic classification, right, does everybody here agree with Carolus Linnaeus, or just the general evolutionary biology, or just the biological classification of Homo sapiens sapiens?
I agree with the tax.
Okay, wait. What does he state?
Well, basically what we're talking about, okay, I can just read.
Are you a type of ape? We'll simplify it. Are humans a type of ape? And when you look at what we are, are ostriches a type of bird, right? Is a pony a type of horse? So when you do that, I'll say, okay, if you want to call us apes, we could be apes. The question is, did you have to mate with this other type of human being in order to come about? And the fossil record would show no. So would the chemical record. But you share the same genomes, which would let us know that the same genome sequence, or basically the substance that you derive from, was in the same location, and you grew in the same location, and you look the same. Because you're obviously from the same genome pool, but no mating took place on the physical level where there was natural selection involved there. The only thing that happened is the biosphere chose to raise you like it did. And so you're a human, and that's an ape. You're made of the similar substance. One of us came later than the other. But you have no fossil for no hominids and all this other stuff in between. This is why I say convergence.
So what do you call these Homo erectus fossils? You saying that's fake or something?
You trying to say they're real? Are you trying to say that a human
they finding these? I don't know what happened. I'm just saying that they finding some wild looking bones that they saying that's not chimpanzees or gorillas, unless you're saying the chimpanzees and gorilla fossils.
So did you think that a chimpanzee and a bonobo monkey would procreate and make a human?
No, I never thought that.
Right. So we shouldn't think about a common ancestor in this case. We should think that the same genome created different species. Like you don't see certain birds mixed to make this type of bird. You just see.
What are y'all talking about?
What?
He asked if we agree with the taxonomy of Homo sapiens, and y'all talk about bonobos and chimpanzees. What's going on?
Y'all see this on the screen?
Types of apes.
Talking about type
taxonomy. That's not what he asked.
No, but
hold up. Cam got something on the screen. Let's check it out.
Y'all see this on the screen? So this is a chart that basically talks about all these different hominid species. They have one named after Bahr el Ghazal in South Sudan, which I didn't even know about. Australopithecus africanus, Australopithecus robustus, Homo erectus, Homo habilis, et cetera, et cetera. And, from my understanding of this, these are different branches of a species tree. And then the two most modern, relatively species are Homo neanderthalensis and Homo sapien, right? So from this chart, right, do you see a support or like a disconfirmation of your position for Yeroc and James?
Well,
This chart,
what
chart
I'm
has
looking.
nothing
Go
with the
ahead.
debate. It has
You said
nothing
this
to do
don't have
with
nothing
the
to do with the debate.
You don't think it has anything to do with the debate at all?
Talk about modern humans living today with
Okay.
mixed genes, not Neanderthal. When they find a modern human, they have a modern human skull, not a Neanderthal skull, not a Homo habilis skull, or none of these other things. They have a Homo sapien skull because that's how they're defined by the skull shape, the brow ridge, the chin, the tool making, the language. Like that's a Homo sapien. I don't know what's going on right
Well, let me ask you this, Yeroc. So, because we talked about this, just dealing with the weak stem model of human origin and the fact that, a lot of the ghost populations for West Africa were not needed because that signature, according to other analysis like weak stem, is seen across, African species in the development of Homo sapiens sapiens. So, from your position, if I'm getting everything that you're saying correct, just because there may be a degree of introgression with Neanderthals into humans, into Homo sapiens, that's part of human history. So they're still 100% human.
Yeah.
Perfectly. So, James, and you have a contention with that. You have a contention against that.
Well, because that's not really the way that science measures DNA. And so it's really about the math. It really ain't about me. So they the one who did this. I didn't do this. You understand what I'm saying? So it don't got nothing really to do with me. It has something to do with how they measure integration.
But why is it? Because I saw the data. I was sitting here seeing the data, and like for me, listening to the debate as a moderator, trying to be unbiased, I saw what you were saying, right? And I saw what Yeroc was saying, and I could see how both of you guys were going back and forth, but they never explicitly stated that, we're not or we're less human. Like, why do you think that is in light of the fact that they're finding Neanderthals? Is it because they're trying to maybe change the definition?
Yeah, that hold up. We gotta understand who the hell we dealing with. No, because you gotta understand. Hold on. Let me. I don't understand why y'all can't figure this out.
I'm
just
the moderator.
imagine,
I just want to get you.
Just imagine if you was telling everybody else that they wasn't human, until this shit popped off. They ain't finna just sit up and just tell you, oh, by the way, y'all are really the original humans, and we the ones with the integration that's not more than modern human, and that y'all what's wild is they actually is telling you that. They telling you that, man, y'all came out and wiped everybody else out. They telling you this. But we found the 2% of our ancestors in us. And it lives on, and we proud of it. That's what they saying. But y'all don't get what they saying. They don't really go around and say they less human now that they done found out that they less modern human than what. Matter of fact, what they want to do is change the taxonomy and add Homo neanderthals into modern humans. So how that's gonna work?
Yeah, and I could see based upon this comment, I had a post about this in the sense of there are many scholars trying to connect Neanderthals to modern humans and say that they're really intelligent and knew how to do a lot of these things. And other scholars are like, wait, there's not really any evidence for that. So why are you trying to make Neanderthal, like essentially humanize Neanderthals?
I wonder why.
Right. And there is a history of white people calling, as one of the sources that Yeroc posted, whites call other non-whites non-human. There's a long history of that. Right. So we can't ignore that and act as if that doesn't exist.
Yeah, it definitely does.
I didn't ignore that because, as you just said, I shared the source that said that. But that source also said those people are wrong. Also, we can't put this on just on white people because the video I played was a black woman who said what I said. And then we can also go to Tamarcus Cater, who will not say Europeans are less human. So we not just gonna put this off as some white shit right now.
Yeah, and there's also like just going off of from James's perspective, like I don't, to be honest, I don't expect white people or any white scholar to come out and say that, like
But I
they will
did.
likely change like because it would kind of be to say that you would have to say that white supremacy and like all of the assumptions were wrong, right? Now the question I had and I still have this question, just going over the structural variations and all
I
of these.
played a black, not a
Go
white
ahead.
man. That's why I played a black woman, not
Oh,
a
the
white
black woman. No, definitely. Yeah, definitely. There was definitely a black scholar. And most black scholars, I think, on this issue are fair, right? They're not going to necessarily try to be biased. You know what I'm saying?
Here's
Most
why I
black
pointed this out a while ago, and it's what the narrative has to be, and it will just kind of save face for them in the look of being racist in the first place. Black people make white people. We make all types of cultures. They come from us directly. When you admit that, then you correct your racism and you don't get attached to a possible monkey mixture, which is what you're looking at penultimately when you say, oh, Neanderthal mixture. You're saying that at some point in time this happened with them. For blacks to get it, because we know Africans didn't have it initially, it would be to say that you mixed with a European at some point in time, or some type of Arab that has this mixture in them, which we've seen in Iran. And this is how it made its way into the black community ultimately. So if they're looking for ways out, it would be that. Just say that black people created white people, which we already know.
Y'all ain't even characterizing this shit right. Because y'all saying it like Neanderthals came to Africa and put the shit in them. That's not what happened.
That's what happened in the back migration. Hold up. In the back migration, that is what happened.
Human back migration.
What are you talking about? So you saying that they wasn't introgressed when they came back?
So let me ask you a question, Yeroc. If
that what you saying?
Let me ask you.
I want to get. I want to ask you
so I can see, because it'll help him elaborate. If I have no Neanderthal in you and I make you, and then all of a sudden one of your children pop up with Neanderthal in them, where does it come from?
They don't say what?
If I don't have Neanderthal in me, like the African did not, and I make you, and then one of your children pops up with Neanderthal in them, where did the Neanderthal genes come from?
From
mutation.
Mutation don't make the Neanderthal gene, though. Due diligence, and that's what we were trying to point out. This is from a different
human interbreeded with the Neanderthal damn near 40,000 years ago. That's where it comes from.
It's still going on though. You reading with somebody that's got introgression in them today. That introgression carried those alleles from Neanderthal. That's what's going on, bro.
All right, let's hear from Sadiq and due diligence.
All right, peace. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
All right, so I think the title got a little bit mixed up. I wish it would have been changed, because the real argument has been from the beginning: are white people less human? So if we go by the definition of what homo means human. And both species, regardless to whether they Homo sapiens or Homo neanderthalis, both have the term homo in it, which means they're both humans. So we lose the fact every time we bring up, are they less human, if you're mating with another human. You're mating with an archaic version of a human. So I think that's where it kind of got lost, and then we get stuck on the point that some of that 0.1, 0.6, whatever you want to drop it down to, that really only helps with disease and other things that your body is dealing with. It has nothing to do with making you a less human. It's how you adapt to the variations of diseases and stuff that are out there.
Wouldn't that show devolution though?
No, I
No.
think that no.
If you can't handle a disease that the rest of us can, because you don't have enough chromosomes to battle it, that doesn't show devolution.
No, because that's like New World disease and old archaic diseases. We came with the Native Americans when they got here, they got wiped out because they had no.
They don't have the chromosomes we do. They have devolution.
No, they didn't have devolution.
They're not.
They
not as
just
fit
they
to
did
have-
they
to
didn't
handle
ex,
the-
they didn't ex, they had no
They don't have a strong enough immune system to handle some of
they
the
had
work we did
they had
outside.
they had no experience with those diseases. I'll just say.
They lived in the environment that we came from another location to cultivate. We just deal with the environment better than they were.
There was a lot in between that leaving Africa to get into North America, though. You know, there's a big gap.
You would have to explain that more. You would have to go more in depth to say that there's no devolution in those cases, because
Then that would make you have to explain that how it is.
Well, look at their skin for one.
No, hold on.
They're
Let me
not
ask
have
the
to
question.
deal with
So
this
they
stuff.
saying, so what is
Number
going
two.
on? Hold on,
Number
let me ask. So what's going on? So we saying that they can't identify these different archaic introgressions in humans today?
I don't understand why you keep going back to that question because
the taxonomy of it is y'all saying that that's not valid. I'm trying to figure out what's going on. So y'all saying the taxonomy doesn't even matter.
Y'all be making claims. I don't know what y'all talk. Nobody ever said that.
Because I'm trying to figure out what's the problem right here. What is going on? Are y'all arguing about taxonomy or what?
Because we're talking about what would make somebody less of a human than another.
The point is what the argument is. We're trying to have you bring up or show some sources that actually say that these people, just based on that variation, means that they're less human, and it's not and it's not.
Okay. Right here, I got something on the screen right now.
Hold on, let me finish. We want to hear where they're saying it, and it's not your interpretation of what they're saying.
Well,
that's what we want to see.
That might be too bad for y'all.
Because when it's your interpretation, then we can see two things and both of us be wrong.
Okay, well, that's cool. So let me go ahead and explain this one more time. This word right here, hybrid. This means that two difference of something procreated with each other, not the same thing, because it wouldn't be in this category. So let's just go down. You see donkeys right here? They're not the same as whatever they came from. They are hybrids. So this is the taxonomy of all kinds of stuff. This is the taxonomy of, and this is the etymology. You see a liger right here. They showing you what a hybrid is. Now watch this. When I get down to human, here's biogeographic. They talking about in plants, birds, other plants. See, this is crazy. So human influence. So they saying how we influence hybridization. No, we probably make stuff procreate with each other. This high influence. So hold on. Here go plants again. So this is just all taxonomy. It ain't being discriminatory when they get down to humans. So here it is. It says there is evidence of hybridization between modern humans and other species. So who is the modern humans that they talking about?
Well, the modern human is the African to start, but you have to show a separation.
Hold on. Who they talking about when they say modern human?
So I'm gonna say it again. It's
I want to read something
to show, right? But you
you said you wanted me to show you something,
right? But
so if they not in the taxonomy of hybridization, what's this right here?
Right. So the separation between the two needs to be shown, meaning that if this is the case,
it's a genetic separation.
We already know the difference in the genome is 98 to 96, but How do they get this 90? So are you saying that they mixed with this type of animal and that's how it came to be? We need to see the mechanism to show how
They
that
are taxonomized based on their DNA. They found the pinky bone. They didn't even
that would be
find the skull.
devolution then.
Hold on, they didn't even find the skull. They identified this thing based on a piece of a pinky bone, and they thought it was Neanderthal because it was found in the Denisova cave where they found only Neanderthal DNA at that time. They said, hold on, based on this little fragment of a pinky bone, this ain't a Neanderthal. How did they do that? Y'all don't understand genetics.
Y'all doing all that. And
so you saying that this ain't happened?
Haven't explained how it makes you less human.
Because I'm showing you right here, they are human in humans. They are in the hybrid category based on Neanderthal integration. So why?
But is the hybrid making them stronger, or does it make them weaker? Does it make them this, or does it make them that? You have to elaborate on your points concerning.
I don't gotta elaborate. If you can't understand, hold on, Asar. If you can't understand that they got us in the humans in the taxonomy based on this, then what are we even talking about?
The taxonomy just means that you're an ape type.
No,
so that has nothing to do with
this specific thing right here. We're talking about integration.
Well, yeah. So this is talking about hybrids.
This is talking about hybrids.
Talking about a hybrid. But listen, because you saying hybrid and human, but what does that mean exactly? So
it means that Africans left out of Africa because Africans are the only modern humans that's left. The modern
that ain't got nothing to do with the hybrid because the African is the modern
word right here, modern. Who are the modern humans?
You still not getting it. You need to show that being a hybrid is either a mutation that causes devolution or that a hybrid, because hybrids are also stronger. You got some humans that are stronger based off of certain things.
Well, it's based on the environment and what they adapted to.
Why are you answering his question?
That's crazy.
Well, your debate is over. So now we trying to get to some points because we got some questions concerning.
Y'all trying to get around shit.
Well, if we talk directly to you, we ask you some questions, right? We asked you what mixed with what in order to make the Neanderthal.
What's a 100% Homo sapien?
So how did you get a Neanderthal?
What is a 100% Homo sapien?
A Neanderthal is not 100% Homo sapien.
What is?
Somebody in Africa.
If it's 100%, why is it
somebody in Africa?
I
in the genome? Somebody in Africa. Now what? Somebody in Africa. Now what? What's the next question?
If it was, it would just be called the hominid, but it's not, is it?
That makes no sense. You're just
it does because the hominid is called a human, and the Neanderthal is not called that. It's called a divert. It's called.
It's called a Homo Neanderthal. You're trying you're trying to change the. And what does Homo mean? You're trying to change the scientific depth.
But that's the speciation within Homo. What are y'all missing?
Homo just means what?
So is there not a speciation within Homo?
Yes,
so what about Homo erectus? Homo habilis? What are they?
Define what that means. What does Homo means when they're bringing up human? You can't get around. Yeah, but
we're talking about the speciation of it.
The speciation becomes the next part, their last name.
What type of human though? Which means that there's some mixture because you believe that it's a common ancestor. So one has more human, one may be more monkey.
The question
is which is which? Because if one has more monkey than human,
the question is not which is which. The question on the screen is does it make someone less than?
You are a type of ape, and that's the question. Or are you?
If you understand what a hybrid is, that answered the question right there. But I guess y'all don't know what hybrid means.
You answering another question. The question is human. That's what we're answering. We're trying to answer that, and the question is human. So if we're questioning whether someone is a human or not, when we call them Homo, we're automatically calling them a human.
Well, Homo
hold on, no. Got that. Hold on, we got that. Hold up, we got that part.
No, because it's not.
What happens? Okay, now so we already know everybody that's Homo is human, right?
No.
So why did they taxonomize them different? Answer that.
Because
why do they say Homo habilis, Homo
let
erectus. Why
somebody
are they
finish.
doing that?
That way you
Explain
can
that.
hear it. Because some are Homo sapiens, which is modern human. Some are bipedalism. Some are Australopithecus. And if we show a picture of Australopithecus, we're going to have a question whether it's a monkey or whether it's a full human. So it goes back to what I said initially. Which one is more ape than human, or which one has enough mixture where you could say, well, he is human, but he's got a mixture in him. The Guinness is just human,
answer that question.
and that means you're a hominid family. That doesn't mean that.
So the distinction between the species are a few different things, right? It is genetic variation, right? That's where you get the point, whatever, the 0.2, 0.3, right? So that's one distinction that makes something else, supposedly, quote unquote. And then you have phenotypically, right? They'll say the limb proportions and the phenotypes and the skull features can make something else, right? And then the other distinction is, can the so-called different species procreate and make viable offspring? That's another criteria, right? So these are the things that they're supposed to be looking at that makes things so-called different. But in present times, these lines are becoming blurred, right? Because different species aren't supposed to be able to mate and make different offsprings, right? But then we have Neanderthal genes, right? And if Neanderthal is a different species, then we wouldn't have that. And then also Denisovan is part of the hominin group. We're damn sure supposed to be too far away from hominin groups to still have hominin DNA in our genes. So the point that Asar was touching on, right, as far as people mating with people and making something else, that used to be the deal, right? That used to be one of the concepts, but now we know that people can be so far separated from each other that you don't have to mate with something else in order to become a new thing. A population, you can have a population, right? And then a branch of that population stems off, and those two populations can be so far away from each other in time that they can have genetic differences that are so-called make them something else. So what are we arguing about is the distinction, how much is different, right? How much of these distinctions make something different? Is there a human continuum, right? That to where humans just change on a continuum through time, or was it a human continuum, people separating, back migrating, and and making the differences that way? The science is not settled on that. If it's like, because it's not settled that everybody can have like Neanderthal in them. It just could be a part of just humans in general. Some people have it, some people don't. It don't necessarily equate to people mixing by procreating. It just could be a part of humans in general, right? And I can bring up a source on that. So those are the distinctions that are supposed to make people different. But you can look at the hominin species have morphology like the Homo sapiens. Some of them do, and vice versa. So whenever you go and actually look at the stuff, it's still a lot of conjecture in it that a lot of biologists don't agree on, as far as like morphology and genetics is concerned.
Bottom line, there's a question on the table, and James has failed to answer that question. How does this 1 to 4% make a person less human, and where does that state that on any
modern human?
Any science?
I don't understand. What do you know what taxonomy is? You know what modern humans are?
Where on any scientific paper does it state that, other than your interpretation?
I just showed you.
You need to answer that question, because you showed me. Let me go back to the hybridization again. You showed me all kinds of things, but where on there is it saying that they're less human? That's what we want to. That's what we want to see. We want to talk about hybridization because we can go through that.
Okay, no, we got to talk about hybridization because that's what we talking about.
The question is,
that's what we talking about though. So we got to talk about.
No, we talking about less.
So why we can't talk about what we talking about?
Because we talking about less human.
But that's what we talking about.
That ain't what we talking about. We talking about less human.
So you saying this is a lotting, huh?
What I'm saying is you ain't answered the question.
Yeah, because you don't understand what is the hybrid.
Well, you ain't understanding because you ain't answering the question.
Do you know what a hybrid is?
Read where
it don't matter if they 50-50 hybrids or 1.2% hybrid. They can identify this in these people's genome. You saying they can't. That's what y'all argument is, and that's why I'm gonna frame it like that. Y'all are saying that this is y'all saying this right here, they can't even see it. It ain't even identifiable.
And you know what you could do? Go in there and click Control F and type up the word less, the two words less human, and let's see where it pops up at.
I don't have to do that when I'm showing you the percentages right here.
No, Control F.
No. Right here. Stick right here with his 1 to 4% at. Because you don't understand why humans are in this. Do you know if they hadn't found this, humans wouldn't be in the hybrid category? Do you know that?
I want you to type up. I want you to
hold on. Watch this. This is how cold this is. If they did not find this, these people right here wouldn't be in no hybridization conversation.
You can shut me up if you hit Control F and
I don't got to because this right here should shut you up. You should be quiet
that would shut me right up. Just type that in.
Yeah, this should shut you up. Look at the date right here.
Control
say 2010.
Just type
2010 right here. The date.
Two words.
In 2010,
I'm begging you.
The Neanderthal Genome Project showed that 1.4% of the DNA from all people living today apart from sub-Saharan Africans is of Neanderthal heritage.
I'm pleading with you.
What's wrong with you?
What's wrong with hitting Control?
So what do they mean by Neanderthal heritage?
What do
they mean by this right here? They are of Neanderthal heritage. What are they talking about?
Years ago.
Don't matter how long ago, it can be seen today. If they couldn't see it, we wouldn't be. If they couldn't see this, we wouldn't be in no hybrid category.
The source don't say that.
That's exactly what it's saying. Cause we're in a hybrid category for humans.
Oh, it does.
Y'all,
source says that 27,000 years
I'm
ago.
done, bro. I don't even know what to say to y'all.
Matter of fact, I want you to hit. I want you to hit Control F. I want you to hit Control.
Y'all don't believe in taxonomy and genetics. Just go ahead and say that.
I want you to hit Control F. Like white people, less human.
I'm not gonna do nothing else.
White
I just showed you. You
human.
just don't want to accept it.
White people and less human. That's it.
Here, let's
I'm
look
done.
at.
I already just showed you. You
put
can't
me on
comprehend.
You'll put me on my back
Put the
pocket.
shit right on the screen, y'all.
Let's
Can't even.
let's
That's
look at
embarrassing.
Let's look at this question real quick, y'all. Neanderthals are Homo neanderthalensis are closely related to modern humans, Homo sapiens. So if they're closely related but not quite Homo sapiens, what is elaborate on that? Any of us?
Hold on, I hear some background music.
I don't want to hear nobody's interpretation. I want somebody to pull up a source that says a European is less human than an African. That's all. Why are we going around the bush?
Exactly.
They said everybody outside of Africa got 1 to 4% Neanderthal DNA. You just can't understand it.
It'd be real.
What that is. They said sub-Saharan Africans they got it though for some reason. But anyway, go ahead.
They didn't say they was more human. They didn't say more human.
They don't have the integration of a non-Homo sapien. So they more human. They more modern human. That's what that says. But y'all don't want to agree. I don't know what's wrong with y'all. Something going on up under behind the scenes with you guys. But that's cool.
What's wrong with us? We ain't seen you produce the evidence that you're saying that you're talking about. We want
when
to
you put humans in a hybrid category. That is proof.
We want you understand. We want you to go.
That's how simple this was. I boxed y'all up so cold. Y'all don't even understand it yet. That's wild.
Yeah, I
know.
Anyway, it is wild. Won't you go in there and be so wild and to pull up a scientific source that shows more human and less human?
You want to know what's crazy to be?
What's that?
All my sources said Homo sapiens are one species. None of his sources said they are less Homo sapiens, but people saying he won. I don't get it.
Yeah, you say words like the laboratory, the leader, like words like that, and I showed you this. You don't even know what that word means. When they started talking about the integration of how you pronounce it, I have to look at the word. But they're using other type of words to say that they diluted their DNA. I don't have, but dilute means lessen, from what I know. But if y'all can't understand that, that's on y'all.
How did my say humans are one species? Homo sapiens are one species. Why did every source I put up including sources that you shared, say humans, Homo sapiens, are one species.
Yeah, because they're not counting integration, and people with integration are
Yeah, those are sources.
Modern human.
If he's using your sources and your sources about integration, and they're still not showing what he's asking.
The man pulled up the damn human variation project and didn't even read where it said 99.6 in the damn study. He don't even know what single nucleotide variation is.
Did it say
man, I pulled the paper up. I can pull it up right now and show y'all. He didn't know what the hell that meant.
Please do and hit
man, y'all crazy as hell.
Hey, do that.
So you must have showed up late.
So let me
I
ask
bet any channel right now that if James pulled that source up, it will not say more or less human. I bet $100 right now.
It's talking about math. God damn.
So whenever you got,
you don't know what 99.9 and 99.6 mean?
Let me ask you a question.
And who does it apply to? You just put the people on who it applies to. The people with the integration.
There's human genome. That's all it does.
Oh man,
that's it.
This is bad.
So if you have an archaic human, right, and then you have modern human, and they say these two so-called different species are 0.3% difference, right? But the question is, are they different, right? You can see the variation in genes, but you can look at everybody around the world and see that they are different superficially, right? And since these species, so-called species, are extinct, right, it's kind of hard to say how different is the difference substantial, right? Because if you look at a bone, right, and then you do the you sequence the genetics, right, and you clearly see there's a 0.3% variation difference, right? Difference in the genes. But is it substantial enough to say that it's a different species? Well, they're saying that, right? But there's nothing to substantiate it, right? Like, what is substantial? Even if you have different skulls, because look at your skull and look at the pygmy skull, or a white skull and the pygmy skull. If you went 10,000 years into the future, right, and we was using the criteria that we're using right now, if you dug up a European skull and a pygmy skull, the whole skeleton, you would think that they were different species, right, through morphology. And morphology is one of the classifications to make distinctions among species. So the question is, how substantial are these differences, and do they really make a difference? Or this is just classification systems and we putting tags on these skeletons just so we can classify. That's what humans do. So we have to have names and labels on them in order to talk about them. But are they substantially different is the question. Does that make sense? Maybe not.
Yeah, it makes sense. And James, I also have another question from someone. They want to know if all Europeans are Neanderthals.
No, they're modern humans with integration from Neanderthals.
Okay.
See how simple that was?
Cool. So they're modern humans.
Yeah, with integration. Do you know what integration means? They have admixture.
So
they're in a hybrid. They're in a hybrid category based on the DNA that is found from science, not James.
So what that means is you never said that they were less human, though.
I said they're less modern human.
You didn't say that. No,
yes, that's what the whole title of the damn show is.
You just said they're modern humans with some integration. You never said they're less humans.
Well, when I say integration, that means that they're less modern human. It's as simple as that. As soon as I introduce that word, that ends all debate. As far as are they less or are they more?
When I put up the source that says, if you believe the Neanderthal integration makes someone less human, you don't know what you're talking about when it comes to genetics and human evolution.
Yeah, and that's why you have to have a percentage threshold. You have to make a comparison, and there was no comparison done.
A percentage threshold makes someone less human.
Well, you have to have a comparison. So you're talking about the African who's the original human. And if the African is the original human and he has more chromosomes than you, then you would be less chromosomed up than he would be, which means that could show a percentage and show that somebody has less of this. It could show what we call
Hey, y'all want
devolution.
to read over what Neanderthal
Yeah, you could try to
DNA
talk
do
over, but yeah,
in modern
devolution will
humans?
be shown when that
So
happens.
Europeans have less chromosomes than Africans.
So what?
That's
So
why.
Europeans have less chromosomes than Africans.
Exactly. That would show some devolution,
Show
either
that.
from a mutation
Show that.
or you what?
Show
But hold on, let me read this real quick.
Show that
So,
that's devolution. Let's pull up the term devolution.
Show that
Let it
Europeans
begin.
have less chromosomes than Africans.
Devolution.
hold on, but this right here is a paper. I mean, y'all want
Devolution
sources?
refers to the statutory delegation of powers from hold on, not that. That's
let me stop sharing my screen if I am sharing.
Yeah, we just showing that there's some devolution concerning human beings.
Europeans with less chromosomes than Africans. So you said Europeans have less chromosomes than Africans. I want you to show me that.
They have less of what you would call homonym chromosomes than Africans. And what makes you human? Chromosomes that consider you to be a hominid.
Show it.
They're from the hominida family.
Show it.
Here. Okay, here. Can my screen share? Camji.
I don't see it yet.
Oh, I'm saying can it share? Okay,
yeah,
let me share real quick. Here, so let's share the screen real quick. All right, there's that. Can you see me? All right, let's go right here. And this is without me going to the journal. I was about to go to the journal, right? Neanderthals or let me blow it up for y'all so y'all can read it.
So the question is, do Europeans have less chromosomes than Africans?
We're talking about the Neanderthal. We're talking about
that wasn't his question, man. Y'all gotta stick to his question.
Yeah, but you can't throw a question that ain't concerning my statement. My statement was concerning the Neanderthal.
You said it though. It came out of your mouth though. It came out of your mouth though.
Yeah, what came out of my mouth is that Neanderthals are less human than modern humans and Africans.
And you also spoke
so that would be correct. So now let's get back to what it is right here. What are Neanderthals? Neanderthals, brother, you asked me to show it. Now you don't want me to show it? Let's look.
I didn't ask you to show it.
You just asked me to show you. Now it's on the screen. You don't want me to show you? Let's look.
I asked you to show me what you said.
Well, let's look.
You said Europeans have less chromosomes.
And I'm about to show it. So let's look. Let's see. So Neanderthals.
I bet $100 you don't show me. Who wants to take the bet?
I would like to try to show it instead of hearing you talk over me about your bet. Hold tight.
My bet.
Can I
take my bet?
Can I finish?
You know you're not about to show.
Can I finish?
Yeah, because you know you're not about to show it.
I think you kind of nervous that it's showing on the screen. Let's read it. Let's go. So Neanderthals or Homo neanderthalensis were a group of archaic humans who lived in Eurasia from at least 200,000 years ago until they were replaced or assimilated by early modern humans between 35,000 and 25,000 years ago. So we know what we're talking about. We got Europe on the screen, and we know they got replaced by modern humans. They inhabited regions from Europe.
That's a deep statement, right?
Yeah,
that's
right.
A deep statement right there. You just killed James right there, but keep going.
They inhabited regions from Europe to Central Asia and are known for their robust build, large cranial capacity, and distinctive craniofacial features like prominent brow ridges and a large nasal openings. Big deal. Neanderthals developed a complex cultural with advanced stone tools and engaged in activities such as hunting, art creation, and burial of their dead. Genetic studies revealed that they interbred with modern humans, contributing, and who are the modern humans they did? Contributing to the gene pool of non-African populations.
Yes, okay.
An so African is your modern human.
That's crazy. They don't even understand it.
It says revealed that they interbred with.
Look, he's still trying to figure it out. That's why
it ain't trying to. Hey, stop.
Yeah, you is. What do you?
You want to read it?
You don't understand that?
Go ahead, brother.
Highlight that sentence right there. Genetic studies.
Watch this. Let's go even further.
No, wait.
Go back. He act like he got something.
We're gonna go even further.
They don't want to do that, bro.
Look at that.
Hold on. Before you go further, I just want to make it clear. You did not show Europeans have less chromosomes than that. You read about a damn Neanderthal.
Do Neanderthals look? This say Europe to Central Asia where they existed.
Highlight that last sentence.
And they could look. Genetic studies revealed that they interbred with modern humans,
right?
Contributing to the gene pool of non-African population.
Okay. All right.
So when they contributed to it, and you ended up with 96 instead of 98%, the question was that considered to be devolution or not?
The question was were they considered to be less. The real question was, were they less human? You
modern human.
If you got 96 instead of 98,
are they less sapient than when the sapiens that left out?
Tell us how you lost African chromosomes, which is the modern human.
That wasn't a question.
When you got your Neanderthal.
That is the damn question.
That question
was a Homo sapien.
It's very simple.
The question
can
was,
I get my money? You can cash at me. No.
You better hit Control F and type up chromosomes if you're going to ask that man for that $100.
But this is what we're talking about.
Hit Control F. I bet you won't do that.
We're talking about modern human DNA versus Neanderthal DNA.
Control F for them real quick.
And when they procreated with each other. So let me ask y'all this. Why is it not Neanderthal DNA?
Nothing happened when I hit Control.
Y'all be talking over me all night. Y'all got to fucking wait right now. Because y'all keep fucking it's 99%. That does 99.9% does not make one person 100% Homo sapien. Y'all are messing it up. All the 99%.
I wasn't arguing that.
99% is a comparison of the genome to other humans. That's it. You don't find somebody and say, "Oh, you're 99.9% Homo sapien." That's not how that works.
Yeah, on a single nucleotide variation level, it does, but you don't understand.
Because everybody's
on a single nucleotide variation level, it does. It makes perfect sense.
How are Neanderthals related to
hold on, let them watch this.
That accounts for genetic variation. That does not account for Homo sapiens. That doesn't make you 1% of nothing.
Okay, so you're gonna say that again, right? We got you there. Let's read this some more, right? It says
at all.
Yeah, but you're gonna
you saying there wasn't no such thing as integration. They just mutated and that's it. That's what I'm saying.
No.
That's the only other thing you can't be saying.
Fellas, let's read. It says, how are Neanderthals related to modern humans? Should already be a human, a modern human. So Neanderthals or Homo neanderthalensis are closely related.
They don't like that. They don't even like that.
Yeah, because now we're talking
how simple that is. That one sentence lets you know that they're not the same.
But let me finish, right?
We still listening to them.
Okay, so closely. Can we finish? Look,
I want Europeans having less chromosomes than Africans. That's what I want you to show me, because you running right past that.
That's between you.
Well, they have less genetic diversity than all Africans.
Some fact proven here. That's all we're trying to do. Neanderthals are closely related to modern humans. You're related to modern humans. Homo sapiens genetic studies reveal that modern humans and Neanderthals share about 99.5% of their DNA, indicating a common ancestor approximately 500 to 7,000 years ago. Neanderthals and modern humans interbred, contributing 1 to 4% of the DNA in present-day Eurasian populations. So this 1 to 4%
Don't add nothing to it. Just keep reading.
Shows a difference.
Don't add nothing to it. Just keep reading.
There's nothing to add. It just shows a difference.
They don't want
I want to acknowledge that there's a difference. There's a difference.
We all understand that.
Now let's. Well, if we understand it, we shouldn't act like it's invisible.
If it was, hold on, watch this. If it was all 99.9% the same, what's that for back there?
Man, keep reading. Keep reading because we're trying to see that less human part. Keep reading.
Less human.
You don't see 99.5 right there?
Yeah, it's 1.4%, right? This
gene 99.5 right there. You don't see that?
This gene flow occurred after modern humans migrated. Hold on.
Are we gonna see less human by holding on? No, we're not.
Yeah, you see the 99.5 right there. What is wrong with you?
That does not make a Homo sapien.
Man, they saying based on this introgression, it dropped to 99.5%. Right in your face.
Listen,
you don't even understand that. That's crazy.
Let's read. This gene flow occurred.
Some source that says less human. I know I'm tired of reading.
Here, go right here. 1.4% is less than the 90. You understand? So let's go further. Let's go further. We got that established.
We don't. Y'all haven't established that at all.
Type in that search bar Homo.
We're gonna do that too. Hold on. This gene flow occurred after modern humans migrated out of Africa. Neanderthals and modern humans coexisted and interacted. Let me finish. Neanderthals and modern humans coexisted and interacted in regions such as the Levant and Europe. Remember, you was talking about Europe. Send me my cash app. With evidence of interbreeding found in fossils like those of Pisteria, Cu Oasis, and Romania. And it's 1.4% less than the normal human, meaning 99.5% makes that, but 100% Homo sapien is the other. There's a difference in the two, and this is why Neanderthals are just closely related to modern humans instead of being modern humans. That would mean one is more human than the other, gentlemen.
That's not what
that's
crazy. They lost in the sauce.
Yeah, I know you're lost in the sauce because you can't read where it says modern human and Neanderthals share about 99.5% of their DNA. That ain't.
But there's 1.4% difference.
That ain't said nothing about
what was modern humans DNA before they left out.
Not who had
what
more.
was the percentage of the modern humans before they left out?
Well, it is more. The debate is who's a little less.
We're talking. No, it's not. No, we're not. We're saying a little less human.
They're not. What was they before they left out? What was their percentage before they left out?
It said you're related to.
Now, like I said, go up to that search bar and type in Homo too.
Okay, let's type in the Homo for my brother.
Man, he don't even understand what's going on. That's crazy.
Homogeneous of the and I already read this. Homogeneous of the family.
Click on it.
Okay. Here we go. Homogeneous of the family Hominida, order primates. That's why I said we're all apes. Characterized by a relatively large cranial capacity, limb structure, adapted to habitual erect posture and a bipedal gait. Well-developed and fully opposable thumbs, hands capable of power and precision grips. It means you got the kung fu grip like G.I. Joe, and the ability to make standardized precision tools using one tool to make another. Together with modern humans, Homo sapiens, the genus includes the extinct species H. habilis, H. erectus, H. heidelberginus, as well as the Neanderthals. And let's go down here.
No. We can talk about
the early form of Homo sapiens called Cro-Magnon and the enigmatic H. naledi humans. So this is part of the extinct species
of what?
And they're related of humans. Of humans.
Okay, all right, cool. Then they're both human.
Were they more human than the other? Or was the other the modern? Why is the one called the modern and the other called?
Because the modern.
Because no one has brought out the point that the paper said 0.1% due to disease is causing the mutation.
I said that.
I haven't heard anybody respond to that though. Nobody's putting that
there's a
into any type of
mutation, there's devolution. Remember, we covered that, but nobody wanted to call it devolution.
Nobody talking about devolution, bro.
Because you're gonna have to
Hold on. Wait a minute. Let me ask. What is he
1.4%
asking
difference.
about? Did he ask about the 0.1%?
Yeah.
Is that what he asked?
1.4%.
That's only
Correct.
only accountable in a Homo sapien DNA for recombination. The difference between each Homo sapien sapien on a single nucleotide level.
From the paper that he read, he said the 1% is due to disease. So that's the mutation.
What
that
1%
was the
is he
difference.
talking? Disease.
No,
From-
what he's saying is that
Yeroc, if you could pull up that paper again where it said the 1% was based upon the disease aspect.
yeah, no, it's mostly related to about how they handle different diseases. How they handle
Because
disease.
the chromosome is different. So when the chromosome is different, just like I pointed out, you have for instance, let's go to slavery, right? Native Americans.
I'm making this point 1%. Like it's gonna change your gene, like it's gonna change your goddamn skeleton. That's not
No one
happening.
said
Bro.
that, B. The debate was is there a lesser portion of human being in one than the other? And that appears to be the case. It's 1.4%. That's why I say he won, because he showed that percentage.
Making it up like you've been doing all night.
Science made it up.
Okay.
He said science made that up. Man, you is wild. He said science made up the discovery of Neanderthal integration. That's what you're saying.
He never said that. He never
That's
said that.
exactly what you're saying. What we made up. We made up integration.
You
We
made it up.
hybridization.
You're
we
making
made up
shit up.
hybridization.
You're making things up. He never said that. He never said that. Why do y'all keep adding to that man's
Because
word?
he's denying the fact that this shit exists. What are you talking about?
Their source don't say what they say, so they have to add.
So you don't know what one point. Man, hold on.
Let's go around the
I have
panel.
a baby. I'm 91%
James.
Europe.
Hold up,
I'm 91% sub-Saharan African.
It don't matter.
If I have a baby with somebody that's 90% European, what's gonna happen? Is the baby still gonna be 91% in the sub-Saharan African in his DNA? Yes or no?
No. And that's
So
why
what the fuck is they talking about?
If they mix with only sub-Saharan Africans for 40,000 years, then yes, they will be. Probably more.
Crazy. You don't want to see. This is how finite DNA is. They don't give a damn if it's only. They don't care if it's 0.7%. If they can see it in the DNA, they measuring it, homie. And you mad about them being able to find some little finite differences in humans. And I don't know why you upset. You ain't even European.
How does the finite difference make you less human?
What it does is
modern humans, meaning meaning Homo sapien. They're less Homo sapien. In the taxonomy, hold on, listen. In the taxonomy of Homo, which is human, they got different kinds. You might not know that. See what I'm saying? But they got different kinds that they can see from a genetic level.
How many of them?
What they
how many of them? And what kind is a European?
Huh?
In what?
How many of them live today, and what kind is a European?
We covered that. It was 500 to 700,000 years ago, and they had.
I said live today.
They live
in
all non-Africans at 1 to 4%. Hey, hold on, this is crazy. You don't understand that they still living. See, they thought they was extinct, but now they found out that they still living in all non-Africans at 1 to 4%. You saying that that's not true? Are you saying that Neanderthal integration? You saying that's not true?
I'm saying you're not answering my question. You're just asking.
That is answering your question. You just don't understand it. No. Because Homo sapien and Homo neanderthalis are two different species of Homo.
I asked you, what species of Homo is European, and what makes them less human? That's what I asked.
I already answered that. I'm through. All right, Cam.
Yeah,
I mean, it's been real, but it ain't no helping people that don't want to be helped. Y'all just go ahead and continue rolling with what y'all rolling with. I can't help you. But I think I feel sorry for anybody who's on y'all side of this particular argument, because that ain't how science works, and it ain't even about racism or none of that. It's about measuring genetics off in different species of Homo, and y'all don't recognize that it's a Homo neanderthalis, it's a Homo erectus, and it's a Homo sapien. Y'all don't recognize that. Y'all think that everybody, because they Homo sapiens today, that's just it. That's what they used to think before 2010. They don't think that no more. You think of the 2000, huh?
What you just said? That everybody's a Homo sapien today. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, they are. They considered a Homo sapien today because they're majority Homo sapien. What would happen if there were majority of Neanderthal with a Homo sapien integration? What would they call them?
$100.
If you inverted that whole situation, and let's just say Neanderthals won that particular battle, and then we had to mine the DNA. Would you say we can't count the Homo sapien DNA? It don't matter. You can't see it. That's crazy.
I bet you $100.
We would be Homo neanderthalis if they had won the battle, but we not.
Hey,
we were Homo sapiens.
Yes, sir.
That's another.
Do me a favor, hit Control F and type in less human right there, since we on the page that has Homo sapiens, and they have Neanderthal. Let's see if that pulls up.
Okay.
Control F, less human.
Control F.
Less human.
Less human.
Oh, dang. Hit that again. Hit enter again.
Hold up, I gotta pull out of there so that it can actually populate. So I'll pull out and hit the enter. Less human is not going to show up on this page.
Okay. Cool. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
So yeah. So like I said, in order to prove that point, you have to have a comparison.
In order to prove that point, you have to put your own interpretation on the data.
Not an interpretation, right? You just have to have a comparison. And in this study, it shows a comparison for the modern human and the Neanderthal.
Show me any paper with a comparison
and you know what I'm gonna ask you to do when you pull that paper up too. You better be ready to type Control F and less human. Every single paper you pull up, I'm gonna ask you to do that. So that's
man, you can type in words like dilute and stuff like that. That's the same word.
Look, it's gonna tell you some of the differences between the two. Is my page still? Oh, it's still showing, right? So you can see it talks about the complex behaviors and the different things.
We don't
handedness, and then it goes into the culture. And
you know what they found a modern European that defines a Neanderthal? You know that?
You say what?
They find a modern European. They're not gonna identify him as a Neanderthal.
No shit. Nobody said that the
Europeans
was Neanderthal. You confused.
Was Neanderthals too much.
Now I'm confused. Y'all been saying shit I ain't said.
You just said that shit. You said that out loud.
Yeah,
we didn't say that.
You going?
We said that they are introgressed and that DNA lives on in all non-Africans. They thought that it was extinct until they identified. What are you talking about? So you saying they didn't find Neanderthal DNA? Yes or no? And all
when did I say they didn't find it?
Okay, so now you're acknowledging that they did. Who did they find it in?
No. When did I say they didn't find it? Because you keep going back.
We already passed that. So you say that they did find it. So what did they find?
Don't come back to it. All right.
So
hold up. Watch this. Look right here. It says Neanderthals had wolfish diets. An analysis of stable carbon isotopes and bone collagen showed.
We want to know what makes a Homo sapien less Homo sapien. Somebody else.
The difference is because your surface teeth. Instance, humans lost. Most people still don't. I still have it. Most modern humans don't have the gland by your throat that allows you to eat grass. Because you haven't eaten grass in a while, so you have a mutation, you have devolution in your system. It's facts.
So how does eating grass?
I know with y'all type of method, we're gonna be messed up.
It shows devolution. It shows mutation. The things that you're trying to talk about in this discussion today. That's how you have to understand the difference between the two.
You find somebody to debate devolution. That's not what we talk about today.
Well, technically, you did bring up some of that, and you just don't know it because you're not that familiar with the discussion. You only thinking in terms of genetics, and you thinking this human and this human, but there's a difference in the types of human beings that we're talking about.
So it's different. It's different human beings living today.
Different types. We're all the same species. We're all humans, but you have different types of humans.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about?
We're talking about integration, which you don't
talking about
understand.
integration and mutation.
We're talking about are Europeans less Homo sapiens? This fool just said they Homo sapiens.
If they integrate from Homo Neanderthal, yes. The answer is yes.
They done both said it. They done both said it, and then they'll turn around and argue differently. They both done said it multiple times. Then they'll turn around and argue.
Nobody never said that they wasn't integrated.
I just saw chromosome. Stop.
Yeah, here go chromosome right here, and this is the issue because you're thinking, oh, see, they're still human. No one said they're not. The question was this human more human than this one due to mutation, due to transgression, due to devolution, due to different chromosome issues and gene.
Yeah, you got a separate question on the table.
That's it, and that's what you're debating.
Me and you have a separate question on the table with that $100 on the line.
You know right there. Hold on. Look right there. It say deleterious right there. Genes.
You ain't showed that.
That's a disease, bro. That was that's what we've been talking about. That's what the brother came up here.
But that word only means it's deleting stuff. Hold on. Go look up what that word means.
Click on that word. Go back down.
Click on that word. Deleterious. Go click it on. Click on it. Watch what it means.
It was down here at the bottom.
I don't know where you was at, but that word right there. Click that.
Here it is. Genes.
What does that mean? Harmful, often subtle and unexpected way.
That's devolution, Playboy. I'm trying to tell you what it is. You're not listening.
Click on it though. No, so they can read the whole definition. You can't click it and make it go to another page.
The full definition in Merriam-Webster.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying. So they can act like they act like they don't know what that shit means.
I'm just trying to show you. Look.
Hey, Pan-African James.
Yeah.
Pan-African James. Do Europeans have less chromosomes than Africans?
Well, they have less. They have Well, the way I would answer that is that you asking me a damn question. What's going on? They have like 50% or 60% of the genetic mutation that all Africans have. I can answer that.
What I
all you, and I'm not talking about Europeans. I'm talking about all Eurasians. Okay,
that's not what I asked, James. I asked.
But if you understand what what?
Hilarious. Y'all know not to answer questions if y'all know y'all wrong.
Well, no, I gotta answer the way from dealing with genetics.
That's what I'm talking about. I don't know what you're talking about. Know what it is.
No, you're not highlighting facts. You're making them. If you was highlighting facts, you'll show it on the screen, and it'll be what you said. Like
we already know. Okay, now what is that? The deleterious genes also may have been introduced, such as those increased in risk of type 2 diabetes under a typical Western diet regimen. What are they talking about? Neanderthal.
It did,
have less chromosomes.
It did not say delete anything. It didn't say deleting anything. You made that.
They're talking about it. It's harmful. That's making the point.
That's not.
No, hold on. I don't got to do that. The 1.4% already did that. You just
let's cover the dystrophin gene. This is a little more important, right? Let's go to the dystrophin gene.
No. What's important is you showing me Europeans having less chromosomes than Africans. You said that. I'm not letting you go past it. Prove that point.
So now you want to stack on the point to where you might be right dealing with assault. Hold on. Let me see something.
I just was mentioning that's what the study said. It said that they have 96 and we had 98 of a particular gene pool. The other stuff you saying is kind of made up. The dystrophin gene encodes the dystrophin protein, crucial for muscle function, and mutations in this gene lead to muscular dystrophies like Duchenne muscular dystrophy and Becker muscular dystrophy. This is a mutation. This is a devolution in particular because it makes the body lesser than what it normally would be. There's an issue with the muscle structure. What is dystrophin? Dystrophin is a large rod-shaped protein that plays a vital role in connecting the cytoskeleton of muscle fibers to the extracellular matrix. It is part of a protein complex known as the dystrophin-associated protein complex, DAPC, which helps maintain the structural integrity of muscle cells. This is a devolution. This is all I'm trying to show you so that you can know.
I don't want
This
you to
is
show me that.
one of the things found in Neanderthals that gave them a difference. These were some of the differences. So you ask for the difference. You need to comprehend what the difference is.
I'm talking about they do have 50% less genetic diversity than Africa. If you want, if that's what you want to know.
One of the reasons.
That you're going to ignore.
And I ain't talking about chromosomes. I'm talking about diversity.
I know. I ain't saying you. He said that, and you heard him say it, and now you trying to defend him because he got your back. You know good and damn well.
No, I'm not trying to defend him. I'm just letting you know where we at because you stuck on chromosomes. What I'm talking about, when you asked me the question, I said that they had less mutation. I mean, they had less diversity than Africans. That's about 50 to 60%. That's what I said.
That wasn't my question.
I know, but that's the only way I can answer from what I know.
As long as you know that wasn't my question that you answered, I'm cool. I want Asar to admit that he's not answering my question.
Oh, okay. Well, cool.
I thought we covered your question pretty easy, brother.
So my question
is $100. I can understand ass splitting. It happens occasionally. Let's try to better our pocketbook and not our heart.
Question clear. Do Europeans have more chromosomes than Africans, like you said?
What? What are you, brother?
That's what you said, bro. You trying to talk over, talking too fast and messing up.
No,
you
misunderstood. It says, and in present, in 9% of all modern human populations outside Africa, the region also contains the haplotype that is set of alleles occurring on a single chromosome.
The second person saying I didn't misunderstand it. You gonna keep reading? Answer the question. I'm not trying to listen to some shit. I'm trying to
on the screen, literally.
Y'all just talking, bro. Y'all saying shit that don't
in gene.
No, it don't make sense. And instead of addressing it, you trying to jump to some other shit.
Okay.
Admit you was wrong.
What do they say about Africans that and black people? They be like, oh, they're so muscular, huh?
Admit you was wrong.
I'm a person. They be like, oh, you so muscular. Oh, they compare you to an ape, don't they? They be, oh, he's so muscular. What is the problem with this chromosome right here? What's the problem with this dystrophin gene? Didn't we just read the issue with this dystrophin gene? It makes less. It makes the muscle stick to your skeleton less. It's called cytoskeletal issues.
You say they had muscle problems. You said they had less chromosomes. That's a big difference.
If they have an issue in their gene chromosome, they have less muscles, and this is one of the issues with the Neanderthals.
Hold on, so let me share my screen real quick.
Some of the genes shared by Neanderthals and modern humans are involved in immune response. Did you not understand when we read it?
So, hoping you find it. It's not there. It's not there.
No, he holding on the chromosome. Like they holding on to the word less, like they don't understand.
I'm showing you the difference between the two.
Why y'all said the shit? Why wouldn't we hold on to it?
Now we covering it.
Because when you show it right in your face, you can't even understand it. That's
you don't know what's going on. He gonna keep asking us to show it when it's on the screen. You have to understand brother.
You don't understand.
Let me share my screen real quick.
What does a dystrophin gene do?
and don't make a European have less chromosomes than the African.
A region of human X chromosomes known as that. All right, I'm gonna stop sharing. It's hard to comprehend.
Yeah, you better, because you're not going to find it. Trust me, it's not there.
Go ahead, bro.
Now watch that. I guess you just got to be real simple with people because this shit is crazy. But hold on, watch this. Can y'all see this?
Not yet.
Where Cam at?
Cam G. Cam the G. And all I'm doing is just showing you the difference between the two particular types of hominid.
Can y'all see? Can y'all see my screen?
Nah, not at the moment.
No.
I think Cam G stepped away. Oh, there you go. Here's coming.
Okay, word. So just check this out. Now, this is just a simple graph, man. Now, if you look at the SMVs, you see using a certain particular type of calculation. The most accurate calculation is the CHM3. That's a T to T. This is where they got the whole full genome of all humans at 100%. So they know them. It ain't no more spaces and gaps off in that shit or nothing. They got the full genome. They just hold on, 100%. Man. They got the full genome of modern humans at 100%. They know that. I mean, there's no more skips. There's no more skips in the coding like it used to be.
I'm trying to understand the chart. You said it's 100% human on the chart. I'm trying to see where it's at. I don't see it.
Okay, now I'm trying to show it to you if you would just chill. So if you see down here to the bottom where it say SNV, that's single nucleotide variation. This represents all, where it's all gray at, that represents all modern humans on that particular scale of testing. But then when you put indels and SNVs into the conversation, you see a yellow right here at the top. Then it says previous. It say, hold on. And you see it says previously hold on. You see yellow represents. Huh?
Let me tell you where I'm lost. I'm lost because I still don't see 100% human on this.
Okay, well, this is what I'm trying to explain to you. If you understand, do you see right here where it says the GR? Damn, you can't understand this chart.
You gotta let him try to explain it to you so you can see what he's saying.
I don't. No, I don't.
You ain't got a chance.
Well, okay, this is what I'm trying to explain to you, but you keep interrupting.
Something that explains it.
You don't know why do I listen so you can hear what he says?
And this is based on the 1,000 genome project right here. This is where they're getting all this DNA from. The number of people that they had in the study and all that is here. But if you understand that these are two different types of tests. You know what I'm saying? One of them got this test right here to the right with the yellow at the top. It's calculating. Huh?
So there are two types of tests. Neither one of them are 100%, man.
The one on the right. The one on the right. I'm trying to explain to you. The one on the right has all the human genome at 100% DNA. It was found. It was fully sequenced. It was fully sequenced in 2023. Okay. So this is what's going on. So now that they got the full genome or whatever, they can
show us on the key where CHM13 means 100% modern human. Show us that.
Man, hold on.
Okay.
No. Let me finish doing this first, okay? And then I'll show you that. Hold up, because see what you're trying to do. You're not trying to let me explain this first. Then I'm going to show you. Hold on. You just got to stop interrupting me and let me show you. After this, I'm going to show you. It ain't going to take long. I'm going to show you. But let me explain this right quick. So this is the difference between.
You already showed me something that you already told me something that you haven't showed me.
He can't show you because you stopped him from telling you. Let him show you.
See, look what this say right here. Well, anybody, could you just mute out for a minute and let me talk to everybody else? This says this yellow represents Neanderthal integration. It says it right here. These are African populations, American or whatever. They all got color coded. But this is Neanderthal integration at 11. I mean, at the bottom right here in yellow. When you look down here, it's got a slash in between this. Single nucleotide variants. This is the type of test that this is. They don't test for the full VSV, which is over here. They don't test for the structural variation. This This is just on a single nucleotide level. So everybody is modern human at 100% until they do it.
When we gonna get to that?
Bro,
I don't need you to
explain the
explain
percentage.
you don't understand.
I just showed you the percentage on the chart.
He just explained to you the percentage, but based off the modern human genome of how much mapped out they have the human being. So when you say
point out the percentage.
Show it again real quick, James.
So now the split right here represents the split right here just represents single nucleotide variation.
Bro, you asked him to point it out. Now you're trying to talk over him. Let him point it out to you.
Not a percentage of where his mouth is at. There's nowhere that says percentage anywhere.
So you don't see this look, you don't see this right here, and you don't see these numbers right here, and you don't see previously unresolved, and you don't see this yellow coding for Neanderthal
for a reason. What are you
I don't see the percentage sign. That's what I don't.
Well, when you see on the single side, they don't have no Neanderthal, which is the yellow here, and then when they do the Indel test, they start to show Neanderthal. That lets you know that they couldn't previously identify it. See, they previously unresolved. They didn't know what it was. But this test right here on the right, these are two different tests. This is the older test. This is the older test. Let's say this one right here in 2015.
Populates over time.
So you didn't show a percentage.
I'm showing you the percentages based on the test.
What's the percentage? Where is it at? Show me the percentage.
You don't see this.
That doesn't say 5 1/5. That don't say percentages at the bottom. 0 point this, that. You do know what the percentage is, right?
You don't see the Neanderthal coded in yellow right here. You don't see that? Let me zoom in. Can you see that? This is the coding for this chart. You got to be able to understand the coding on the chart. This represents the shit.
40%, 20, 0.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's right here on the right, down here where it says SNV, which is what you're talking about. See, you don't see no integration right here. So everybody is modern human at 100%, 99.9%. But when they do the indels and deletions and then they can identify, and then that makes it. See, this right here is what represents 20 micro base pairs. This is the different type of test. You don't understand it though. That's what's going on. So this right here, this is what they can recognize the Neanderthal DNA right here. They can't recognize it with this particular study right here. It was unconclusive. See right here, it says Neanderthal. Now they can put it in this proper place. But you don't even study this shit, so you don't even know what's going on. That's what's crazy about this. You can see this map right here in the orange. They showing you how it changed based on the test. They got more information. I don't understand why you're tripping anyway.
Bro,
I don't understand what's wrong with you. You act like that shit ain't measurable. It's measurable, bro.
Okay, I hear you.
They can't measure it. Okay. So that means when they change haplogroup to a Eurasian haplogroup, you just rocking with it.
Yep.
See what I'm saying? Because that's what they did. They said that based on where they found most of the ends at, it's in Eurasia. So that's what the you can't do it like that. You can only, because that's an African haplogroup. That is a modern human haplogroup. The only way you can identify that it's not African if you got integration in it. So now we find basal in Libya. Now what does that mean? What does that have to be
more or less human? Y'all just want to tell us what you know. We don't need to know what you know. We need to know what
modern human is off in taxonomy. That's it.
I know you don't.
You don't know that modern human and Neanderthal are two different separate species within Homo.
Look, didn't I knew you was gonna go back there. That's why I said don't go back there. I knew you was gonna do.
You're doing simple and plain. That's what you're doing. You don't want to identify it. You don't want to acknowledge it. So what does somebody say? You saying that it don't exist. That's all within the 99.9. Then when we show you something that dropped to 4, you still talking about it's still 99.9. Well, how can it be 99.9 if we see you drop the 4?
Yeah, what happened? It's only compared genetic similarity. That's it.
Oh man, you lost. But anyway, where you at, Cam? We getting ready to wrap this up.
I shared something right quick. Cam.
Yeah, ain't nothing that
He was fine with Chat GPT earlier, so I can use it.
How does integration
So I asked the question: is there any way to say people are less human because they?
There you go with a simple prompt.
What? But y'all are nuts.
That shit is more detailed than that prompt you just asked.
They have a 96% share of genetics due to interbreeding with Neanderthals. No. Short answer, no. There's no biological, evolutionary, or ethical basis for calling anyone less human because of 1 to 2% of their genome traces back to Neanderthal. Below is why that claim fails scientifically and philosophically. How much Neanderthal DNA do people carry? All present-day humans who descend from the outer Africa population, i.e., most non-Africans, inherited roughly 1 to 2% of their genomes from Neanderthals through interbreeding 50,000 years ago. By contrast, any two modern humans, no matter where they are 99.9% genetically identical to each other. The Neanderthal slices are a tiny part of an already tiny 0.1% sliver of variability. 2. Species boundaries. Neanderthals.
Hold on, stop right there. Hold on, please stop. Go back up. So they saying what is that zero? So they saying that it's only 0.1% a difference?
Because that's where we're at. That's where
hold on. I'm asking y'all a question. So y'all saying that 0.1 is the only difference for modern humans and non-Africans and Africans?
Because that's where we're playing at. We're playing in that 1%. That
but
0.
It's not 1%. That 1% only represents recombination.
We're playing in the less than 1%. We're actually playing in the 0.1%.
All
genetic when they show 0.4%.
All genetic variation is between that 1%.
What happens
when we're talking about? That's not counting integration.
We're talking about.
I guarantee you that.
We're talking about 1 to 4% in that 0.1%. That 0.1.
But that's not true. That's not right.
The majority. But what happens when they show that 4% difference?
All I know is you were okay with Chat GPT, but when
I'm okay with it. But what I'm telling you,
when I ask what it says,
well, keep reading right here.
You gotta see what you typed in, though. You gotta type it in front of us. So we can see
now keep reading. Go ahead. I want to see what else it's gonna say.
Right here.
Yeah, keep going.
All right.
But it's still showing the difference. It's showing 1 to 2%.
It's cool. It is.
Hold up. You skipping past where I just said something about 99.6%.
Correct. It's showing the difference.
How am I skipping past when this is the last thing I read right here? I'm going to the next paragraph.
What was that 99.6 up there, though? I must have missed that. Where did that go? Oh, okay. Well, keep going down. It must be further down.
So, species.
Not a lot.
Goddamn. Species boundaries. Neanderthals and Homo sapiens. Under biological species concept, members of the same species can produce fertile offsprings. The very fact that Neanderthal modern human hybrids were fertile enough for their DNA to persist proves the Neanderthals were not biologically non-human outsiders, but close.
Nobody said they were non-humans, though, right? Let's all agree right there. Nobody said they were non-humans, did we? If Homo's in the taxonomy of humans, nobody said that, right?
Yeah, y'all keep arguing this non-human at all or something. The difference
I'm not even. Hold on. This is Chat GPT's response. I never said
that you're arguing.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, but nobody said that it was non-human. I'm just trying to I'm just trying to make clear that that's nobody said.
You already showed there's 1 to 2%, which would mean there's a difference.
Okay, well, you want to talk about that? The very first statement that it said is no. Short answer, no.
It says no that they're not non-humans. The question is
no. The question was less human. That was the question.
Well,
it was about
if you have 1 to 2% difference and you have different genomes,
so
what does the percent come from?
What was the answer?
No,
let him keep reading. I mean, I want to see what it's
go back. Go back up to his question.
No, let him keep reading because I want him to start prompting some more shit live after this.
Go to your question.
Let his ass keep going because I got something.
But go to your question because it's already covered that there's a difference. But go to your question real quick so we can see what you asked.
I asked. It's right there. We didn't
We
went over
want to
this.
read. It says, "Is there any way to say people are less human?"
Okay. Because they have
We didn't say they were non-human. We said
I
which
never.
one. Right.
You don't even see non right there. You see less. You don't see non.
They have a 99.6% share of genetics due to the interbreeding with Neanderthals.
But see,
Is
he
there
didn't put modern human in there.
Modern human, no, but it shows modern human is the African, and it's comparing.
No,
the
I'm talking
African
about in
to
his
the
prompt.
rest of
In
the
his prompt,
population.
when he doesn't
And
put
when it does
modern
that,
human in there,
Okay,
that
okay,
throws the prompt
all
out.
right. So
and that's why I said
here's
it's an issue with what you ask.
Here's what I'm gonna do.
But it still shows 1 to 2%.
Here's what I'm gonna do for y'all. Let's see if
he would still win.
Let's see if it changes up.
No, it still
Yeah,
would.
just put the word modern, less modern human, right there in the middle of that less than human.
Hold on, let me go get some water real quick. I'm in the hotel, y'all.
There we go. You good with that? Did I not? Okay. You sure?
I'm exactly sure.
You sure?
I know how prompting work on here, man. That's how that shit works.
Are you sure?
Man, will you hurry up and click the button?
Are you going to accept the answer?
Man, click the button.
No, hold on. Is the answer gonna be yes now?
Is the answer going to change? Is the answer going to change?
I don't know what it's going to do.
Damn. Short answer, no. Short answer. You're seeing it type this out right there in your face. Right in your face.
Read it.
Short answer, no. Carrying 1 to 2% Neanderthal DNA and therefore showing only a 99.6% nucleotide identity with another random person does not make anyone less of a modern human. Here's why. At a college level of detail. Key points. What 99.6% identical really measures? The figure compares all human variant types, single base changes. Oh,
see,
I gotta
structural do the structural variation.
No, I gotta open this up. I don't want to open. I don't want to have to be scrolling over like that and keep rolling back. So, anyways,
yeah, I know that ain't good.
Yeah, it's a technical update, not a biological downgrade. The same reanalysis would drop every pair of humans from 99 to 99.9 to 99.6. 2. Neanderthal integration is tiny and widespread. Non-Africans inherited 1 to 2% of their genome from Neanderthals. Some Africans carry less than 0.5 via back migration. These segments are small, scattered, and now part of the standing variations we all share. 3. Species and subspecies criteria. Modern human sapiens are defined anatomically and behaviorally, not by possessing 0% archaic DNA. Damn, this thing is just whooping your ass. Fertile hybrids show that Neanderthals and Homo sapiens were close enough to count as sister subspecies under most biological species definitions. All living people meet the traits that define anatomically modern humans: rounded skull vault, small brow ridges, narrow pelvis, complex symbolic culture, etc., regardless of their integrous haplotypes.
All the shit I've been saying all night.
I don't see how they voted against you. I don't know. Genetic distance and context. Average within species divergence 0.4% is an order of magnitude smaller than the gap to our closest extinct relatives. Neanderthals and Denisovans 1 to 1.3% are far smaller than to chimpanzees equal 1.2% SNVs, but greater than 4%. And when structural variations is counted, god damn, no recognized subspecies of any mammal is distinguished by as little as 0.4% total genomic differences. You see that?
How many?
No recognized subspecies of any mammal is distinguished by as little as 0.4% genomic differences. Functions.
So hold up, stop right there. Hold on. So you mean to tell me if I can find something with a 0.4% and they speciated based on that 0.4%, that's what I'm showing you is wrong?
James.
No.
James.
I'm asking a question before you go to the next one. You stop right here. I'm asking you. I'm not going to find speciation within 0.4%.
I'm going to say this because you told me how to ask the question.
Yeah, but I'm asking because I'm talking about this particular thing right here that they just said. I'm asking you if I can show you something with that same amount of genetic difference that's speciated. Is that wrong?
You would accept the answer.
Yeah, no. I didn't say that I'm going to accept some shit that ChatGPT said. I said keep going.
But you use ChatGPT.
But my ChatGPT would disagree with this. So it's based on prompt.
You use
keep going, Sadiq. It ain't over with.
This was your prompt. All right, function.
Yeah, keep going.
Function versus value judgment. A handful of Neanderthal alleles affect traits like immune response or skin physiology. Some are advantageous and some mildly deleterious. We just spoke on that. Most neutral. Non-alter humanis, intelligence or moral worth. Ranking people by archaic ancestry would be a revival of discredited racial hierarchies and not a conclusion supported by genomics. Bottom line. Damn, Yeroc, it was like you could have just read this. It is like you just read this right here.
Hold on, read that shit again. Hold on, read that one sentence again. I want you to read that again. Read that again.
Boy, you've been getting beat up all night.
Yeah, read that one sentence again. Read that again.
This one right here? This one?
Yeah.
Where it says
non-alter, whatever that is.
Non-alter humanist.
Humanist. What does that mean?
Humanist. We gotta go and
I'm just saying, like humanist, and what do they mean by humanist? Non-altered humanist. But keep going. It ain't that deep.
Okay, yeah. Okay, cool. I was gonna have to pull that up. Intelligence or moral worth. Ranking people by archaic ancestry will be a revival of discredited racial hierarchies, not a conclusion supported by genomics. Boom. Bottom line. Interbreeding added a few useful snippets to the modern human gene pool. It did not create a biologically or ethically less human subgroup.
Nobody said ethically.
Nobody
talking about ethics here.
That's what you're doing.
We're just talking about DNA.
When you're making people less pure, when you're making people less human,
I didn't do that.
That's an ethical. The 99.6% figure reflects improved sequencing methods, not a new taxonomic boundary. All living humans remain fully Homo sapiens sapiens, equally modern members of one species.
Okay, that's cool.
So watch this.
No, hold on. I'm gonna ask another question. Let's keep going.
But when we ask
this. So if all Homo sapiens of today are fully modern humans, how do you account for the Neanderthal DNA in all non-Africans? How do they account for that?
You know this ass whooping ain't gonna get no better by you keep asking.
Just keep going.
Okay. Tell me what you said again.
I say if all modern humans today are Homo sapiens sapiens.
Hold on. Modern humans.
I got about 10 more minutes.
Today. Go ahead. What was that?
Fully Homo sapiens. That's what it says right there. Fully Homo sapiens sapiens.
Homo sapien.
Hey, y'all heard me?
Yes, we heard you.
How do they account for the Neanderthal DNA?
How do they account for the Neanderthal? I always fuck up how you spelled it.
There
we go. EANDERTHAL. AL.
AL. Yeah.
DNA. You gotta put DNA. Don't go yet.
All right, DNA.
Okay,
Now,
here you go.
we good on the question.
Yeah.
He's good on the question. I got some
different.
Go ahead.
I got some different ones, so I want to show something real quick.
You trying to taint the question?
Let me see how pure Homo sapiens can still carry how pure Homo sapiens can still carry Neanderthal DNA, and why that's not a contradiction.
That is crazy.
Yeah, they tripping. So
I don't know what kind of chat GPT you got.
Human gene pool through.
So that's just like saying
it's called the paid version. It's called the paid version.
Yeah, you need to go to 4, bro, because this right here is whack as fuck. Go to 4.
4 is the more advanced one. 4 is
that's the one we need. Why the fuck you got us on this amateur shit?
That's the advanced one. 4 is the
less. Go to 4. I don't know what the fuck. So you saying 4 ain't better than 3?
No, it's not. 03 is the more advanced one. It says use advanced reasoning. That's the more updated. That's the most updated model. Sorry,
yeah, your model is crazy as hell.
My model is the newest updated model, so it's whooping your ass.
There's no way that the Homo Neanderthal is another Homo sapien that doesn't delete the DNA.
Your questions are beating you
up. No, that's what you got going on. I don't know what's going on.
Nothing going on.
That statement in the title alone lets you know that something is wrong with it.
What I got going on is your question being answered by Chat GPT.
Yeah, go ahead. But what I'm saying is that's impossible because they're 2 different species of Homo.
Okay,
so it can't be they can't be Homo sapiens.
You got to start asking the questions towards that. Right now, we just kind of fiddling. So
quick answer. Neanderthal entered the modern human gene pool through ancient interbreeding, but the amount is small and the defining.
Quit minimalizing. It's there. I'm talking to ChatGPT. That's bullshit. Why you minimalizing this data? We don't give a fuck about that. Can you see it?
Okay.
Yeah, you could definitely see it.
It's talking about it. That's why it's showing you can see it. The defining features of Homo sapiens remain intact. Taxonomically, we are still the same species. We just
now watch this.
Few useful pages from an extinct cousin's recipe book.
So this is why we want to go here, right? So put in here. I'm gonna ask 3 questions, right?
All right. 3 questions.
Hold on. You didn't even read that shit.
Because it's going to go through the same stuff we cover. We got to get to something that's going to be defining. Okay. So put our. No, you ain't got to type 1. Put our gorillas.
What the doing?
Watch this. Our gorillas, chimpanzees.
What are we doing?
And humans, apes. Let's start with question number 1. Apes.
Okay. Does anybody disagree with that?
Okay.
We're gonna come to the second and the third question right after. First, we want to just cover this.
We're walking through this, huh?
Yes.
Okay.
You see that?
Same
taxonomy. That's all it means.
We all agree.
I can simply do this by saying, "Are you a gorilla?"
We're part of the same taxonomical family.
Are you a gorilla?
We're part of the family.
No. Answer, are you a gorilla?
Our subspecies. Yeah,
let me ask my man Yeroc. Yeroc, are you a gorilla?
Our subspecies is not the same.
Sadiq don't want to. Yeroc, are you a gorilla? Are you a gorilla?
Look. So
no.
Gorilla. So no. Look at the answer.
Hold on. No, we're not done.
No, you want it? This is yours.
But it just said, but humans.
It says so. Gorillas and chimps are great apes, and humans are species in a Homo.
Bro, you ain't got to read that because the next question is going to cover all of that. Okay. What is the genome difference between gorillas, chimps, and humans?
That's the question. What? Say that again.
What is the genome difference?
Genetic.
genetic difference, okay, between humans, chimps, and gorillas. Remember, we're all apes. Just say it right there.
Mm-hmm.
Go ahead. The user is asking about the genetic difference. Yeah, I'm asking because you don't want to answer it, but you're going to have to answer me today. This is how you break the system.
He's trying to break the system. Now we're gonna get back
to searching. He gonna pull up the
taking
genetic.
a long time.
Now remember, you're not a gorilla.
It's pulling up sources. It ain't just doing.
Remember, you're not a gorilla, and you're not a chimpanzee.
Mm-hmm.
You're a human. Look, 1.6%.
We're grade 8. We're grade 8. Grade 8.
Grade 8. Ape is the taxonomy, so we can't use that. We got to get in depth. Here we go. Blow that up a little bit, brother.
It ain't there yet. Hold on. It's still.
Yeah, it's grabbing the percentages. I know. I see.
Still doing this. It's summarizing. It's going through the web. It's pulling up sources.
The show don't want to tell us, huh?
Nah, it don't. It don't want to talk about this, but we going to chop.
Don't worry. I guarantee this is the paid version.
They say percentages don't matter.
You're still an ape.
I hope this is going to help y'all argument.
Oh, it already did, because we already got great denial about being a gorilla.
Nah, we did not.
So I'm a gorilla?
Yes, but what's the difference between you and the gorilla?
No,
I'm a gorilla.
We're apes. We're apes.
That's not what he asked.
I know.
Hold on, here it is, right here.
Here we go. Look, what's watch. So blow that up just a little bit, family.
All right.
I want the people to see this as we walk through this, and then here comes the third, the coup de grace. How?
Too big.
Good. Yeah. How similar are genomes? Humans and chimpanzees single nucleotide divergence is 1.23%. Equals identical basis 98.8%. Common ancestor split supposedly 4.6 to 6.2 million years. Let's go to human and the gorilla. 1.62%. 98.4%. Chimpanzee and gorilla 1.63%, 98.4%. Now, it just told us that we're all apes. No one on here claims to be the gorilla side or the chimpanzee side, and there's a very small difference showing that there's a mutation amongst them. Supposedly from a common ancestor.
Are we going to talk about it?
Hold on, let me finish. Supposedly shown from a chemical, brother, let me finish. Goodness. Supposedly from a chemical difference. So now we got a Neanderthal that's similar. And in this same family, he's an ape. But now all of a sudden you are a Neanderthal, but you don't want to be a gorilla. Now all of a sudden you are a Neanderthal. You don't want to be a chimpanzee.
We're not gorillas.
Ape family.
We're not gorillas.
All of a sudden you're Anthropithecus, but you don't want to be a chimpanzee, gorilla, or bonobo. Now let's go to the third question.
No. Hold on.
There's a difference. There's a difference. And you're showing it right now. Yes.
There is a difference. Look at that. You see that? That's a 98%. We were in the 99%. We were over a full percentage.
It don't matter. There is a difference.
No. It makes a difference.
That paper you read to us said that little 1%, and that's all that it is here on the screen. It said that little 1%. We're only looking at 1.23%. Would make no difference between those species. And now there's a difference because we're talking to gorilla and we're talking to chimpanzee.
You know the difference between the whole. You know the difference. You know the difference between a whole number and a decimal.
Absolutely.
Okay, so when we're talking about that 98%.
It said 96 on the paper we pulled up.
99.6.
It said 1.
Yeah, but that shit is different from 99.9.
It said 1 to 2%.
No, it's in that they're talking about that little 0.1%. That's where
will ask the third question.
No, that should say 0.1 to point. I mean, that should say 1 to 2%,
1.2.
bro. It ain't no points in that.
It's 1 to 2% of that 0.1%. It's talking about 1 to 2% of that.
Why they didn't put the points in there, then?
It did. It did. You just
said 1.
No, it keeps saying 1 to 4% every time. I keep looking.
I can scroll it. I can scroll up.
Pull it up again. It's going to say 1 to 2%.
So hold on. Can we agree that all of these numbers are 99?
Why we gotta agree? Now I want to disagree. Nah, yeah, we gonna.
Why they 99? What you mean 99? I don't see 99 on here.
I said, do we agree that these are all 98%?
Well,
Yeah.
no, we don't. No, we don't. And I'm gonna tell you why. Because if you look on it, it says count only single letter structure. So this is only single nucleotide counting. I told y'all before the most accurate way to count.
I'm asking us. This is a SARS.
Yeah, based on this single. But I'm telling you, if you use SVs, it's gonna change this number to more. It ain't gonna be just no 98%. That is the most accurate way to count this. But y'all don't want to do that.
This is a
Why y'all don't want to claim that gorilla as your cousin? It's only 1%.
Ask her what's the difference between SMVs and SVs in this calculation. And that shit is gonna change it.
Well, no, James, it's very simple. The question was, is there a difference? And we can see that there's a difference.
So, as verse they say,
let's say 1 to 2%.
Look, 1 to 2%.
The 99. We're talking about 99%. We see that we were at 98.
It changes its mind as it goes down further.
It ain't changing its mind. That's the shared.
Look, it's the sentence right above it. All present-day humans who descend from
the
African migration,
they're talking about
inherited roughly 1 to 2% of their genome from what?
They're talking about this. They're talking about here. We're in here.
Bravo. It's 1 to 2%.
Oh my God, bro. I give
but
up.
Anyway, go ahead.
It's 1 to 2%. It's the same as the gorilla.
They're talking about of the 99%. They're talking about
it's 1 to 2%
of that of this little point.
Is there a difference? Is the question.
They're talking about within that.
Is there a difference?
In that little tiny slice?
Is the number the same, Sadiq?
No, it's not.
All right.
That's a full percentage. That's a full percentage. There's a full percentage difference. A full.
Hold on, man. But what is that saying right there?
But it's a difference. It's different.
Hold on. Go right there. Hold on. You just passed the SMV's part. Right there. Stop.
No,
see what it say? The 99.
I know. Hold on. This is a different question, though. This is me going back.
No. This is exactly what I'm talking about right here. This tells you why it's 4% right here. See, it says SMVs plus large changes in insertions and deletions, copy number, gene loop losses, mobile elements and insertions, and tandem repeats, lengths changes the inversions, etc. See what I'm saying? So this is what I'm talking about. This SMV is just a single nucleotide. You getting a 99.9% from that. That's just recombination. You got to use this number down here to account for all of the integration that's off in all of the humans. It changed. And see right there, it say in 2023 and 2024. That's when that shit changed. See? Right there to the right, all the way to the right there, where it say the date.
No. I'm highlighting this 0.4.
Different.
We are only talking about in here. We're only.
I'm cool with that. Hold on, I'm cool with that. I'm cool with that. But what I'm talking about is that changes the number, and then you can see if you read that right there and that whole line right there, that's gonna tell you right there what I just told y'all. That shit can represent the whole genome, and that was what that yellow I was trying to show y'all on that map. That's what it was.
Difference.
Y'all don't want to accept it though. They can see that shit now.
It's not a lot of difference,
but
it's enough for structural variations in different motherfucking people. Like
enough to say it again, James, enough for structural what?
So with the conclusion of this,
it's different.
With the conclusion of this. Since you agreed with this, because this was talking about, this included everything that James wanted to talk about. Key takeaways: college level measurement scope matters. 99.9% refers to the point mutations only. 99.6% folds in larger structural variants. Now visible with long read tech and and
pangenome methods.
So that's what I'm trying to tell you. You see this?
Hold.
More than the mutation for that.
Hold on. Even 0.4 is minuscule.
They always try to minimize it, but it's there. It's there. We don't care how minimal it is.
When it was shit that you agreed on,
I'm just saying, Sadiq, it's there. I mean, they try to minimize it with ChatGPT, but they do this to me all the time. So you got to
I know.
So I'm just letting you know that I don't give a damn how minuscule it is if we can see it. That's all that matters.
The stuff you agreed upon, you did not fight. Now you get to this point you don't like. You over here trying to put up a damn fight.
This is what I agree with. This is what I'm telling
Okay then. So let me finish reading.
Let it finish.
Even the 0.4% is minuscule. The genetic distance between any two humans is still far smaller than the distance between humans and our close extinct relatives or any living ape. You see that? This is where
I would agree with that. So
now it's adding the apes.
Hold on. It's addressing. It's addressing a SARS question right here. We already addressed it. Biological impact less than
moral
value. Extra structural variant and archaic segments explain biomedical traits and adaptations, but they provide no scientific basis
anyone's humanness. But there's clearly a difference.
Yeah, they mad because
where they say that.
But that's cool though. I understand.
I don't see the rest of
that. He want to hear the last part. Scroll up a little bit.
Who programmed this?
Who programmed
scroll up
a little bit.
Oh my Lord.
Scroll up a little bit.
You know it's racist.
Scroll up. I'm gonna show you the word. It says different,
ChatGPT, bro. Cut it out.
And that's the
problem.
They
trying to sympathize with the Europeans. ChatGPT. We all see it. We ain't even talking. They start talking about the shit we ain't even talking about. We just talking about percentages. We just talking about percentage. We ain't even talking about racism or nothing. They doing the same thing that Unc them do when we start talking about black. They start talking about but it don't even matter. Yeah, it do matter from a genetic level.
They could be red, but they not black. So right here,
do you got a black?
That little finite difference matters. Just like that little 99.98. You can be a goddamn chimp.
Do you have a red?
You can be a chimp at 98%. Sadiq, you a chimp?
Do you have
that ain't number 1 point. We chimps. What do you say?
Just 1%. You ain't good with that.
But those are millions. Those are millions of differences.
We know, but hold up. This is millions of base pairs.
Those are millions.
I can show you right now. This is millions of base pairs.
I know. So if a 0.4 is millions in base pairs, imagine what a full 1 to 2% is. That's way larger. That's way larger.
Don't matter. We know that. Them motherfuckers are speciated to chimps. Goddamn, I mean, what you want us to do? But we talking about the difference between the homos. Hold on, we just talking about the homos. We're not talking about primates. We're talking about different genetics as we see in homos.
You got a Pan-African hat. You got a Pan-African.
Now, see what that is, you calling me a racist on the others. I see that. But you ain't gonna call ChatGPT out for that racism and trying to minimize what we can see genetically. You ain't gonna do that.
Listen, the ethics handle the human part, meaning you're not going to be just calling people part monkey just because that's the ethics.
Yes.
But when we ask the question about such a small portion of the genome, and we say, so are you a bonobo?
Okay.
No, well, why not? It's from the ape family and you're an ape too. Why are you tripping? You understand? So there's a difference. And we notate the difference, and the way we come to that difference, which they claim is from a sexual act. I disagree with the sexual act. I think it's chemical, and I think it happens at the biological level, which is why convergent evolution would make more sense, because you don't see a bonobo and a chimpanzee mixing together to make the human that they claim that the genes will do. It's very simple to me. But this is what we're looking at. This is the case, and those small percentages, when they impact the anatomy and the structural body structure, which is what I pointed out when you talk about the muscular issues and the cytoskeleton issues that you may have if you have the DYN44, we'll call it. These change what you're looking at. Monkeys and chimpanzees and gorillas are much more muscular than we are. Humans are muscular, and then you have some human structures which are more fatty, which they have studies about that as well, and less muscular. And you have difference in our skin types, but our species is the same. You just have mutations and you have devolution in the species. That's it. There's a difference.
Well, they attributed that to genetic bottlenecks, you know, and that's what they really, you know, kind of use to say that they have less genetic diversity than all non.
I need to stop that. I missed something.
So that's my thing. They looking at genetic diversity from the difference between Africans and non-Africans, and they saying they almost got 60% less genetic diversity than the African. That's a lot. You see what I'm saying? So you can just really just stop right there, and then just deal with the deal with the integration, because we're gonna need to acknowledge that, because that's how they measuring back migration. So if we ain't gonna acknowledge that they can see that, then that would be a problem.
I don't know. I'm letting ChatGPT answer this for you.
Yeah, but ChatGPT don't know more than a human at certain times. You could start talking about Medu Neter, you would run circles around.
This gonna put you and Asar night. Y'all going night after this.
They say 3% right there.
Come on with it.
Okay. Is that the end? Oh, it finished.
Yes, Sean.
No, it's doing something else.
It's still working.
See, it's always fucking talking about SMVs. Notice that. Now watch when you ask it, well, how does SVs change it? That shit gonna change the whole number.
Yeah. Human chimpanzee, 1 point. Look, it pulled it right up too.
That's human Neanderthal.
Because I asked the question. It said below is a side-by-side look at how genetically close modern human sapiens are to Neanderthals. A and B are closest living ape relatives. The key point: the human Neanderthal gap is an order of magnitude smaller than any gap between humans and other apes.
Woo!
All right.
You sure you want to read this?
Yep. Yep, because it's whooping your ass.
Why it ain't 99.9 no more, Sadiq? I'm trying to figure that out. That's gonna be the Neanderthal, right?
That's good. 99. So the average SMV divergence equals 0.3%. Is 0.5. The typical range.
It went from 0.4 to 0.5. I want you to know.
Yeah, they talking about structural variation and all that in that other line. You notice that? How it grew. That's what I'm saying. The most accurate way to count it is the middle line.
Okay.
That line right there is just single nucleotide. That's not the accurate line. Yeah, right there.
Okay, so that's a 0.5%.
That deletions, inversions, and everything is included out there.
All right, cool. So this is 0.5%, and this is a full 4.
So that would make them what, 99.5%, right? From a human to Neanderthal perspective, right?
Man, listen.
I think you're right.
I'm asking you a question. Like, don't go up now. We was on the first.
It was 0.4. Remember, it was 0.4, but it hopped up, didn't it?
Let me just
go at 0.5% again.
Let me get what the numbers tell us. I'm just gonna go to the conclusion. What the numbers tell us. Human Neanderthal difference is tiny. Even after today,
they keep minimalizing. We don't give a shit about it being tiny. Tell us what the damn round numbers say. This is what I'm saying. That's what they try to tell us all the time, Sadiq. They try to minimalize because they know that shit matters.
That's why I love the Archers, because we be over here laughing and fighting at the same damn time.
That's right.
Anyway, human Neanderthal difference is tiny. Even after today's long read, telomere to telomere.
T to T.
That's beautiful. Methods pulled in hidden structural changes. The total genomics gap stays well below 0.5%. In other words, 995 to 996 base pairs out of every 1,000 still matches. Boom. Mm-hmm. Great apes are several folds larger. SMVs alone put chimps 1 to 3% away. Gorillas 1 to 6.6% away, orangutans 3% away, Once the big rearrangements are included, the effective can't line it up.
Outside the cube. I guess we're not monkeys, are we?
Portions grow to 4 to 5% for chimps and
plus 10%.
less
Orangutan.
Less than 10%.
Yeah, less than 10% for orangutans.
They all
dwarfing the human Neanderthal mismatch.
Now stop right there, Sadiq. You know that why? Because the Neanderthals are in the Homo family. They are primates. That's a different. So that's the only difference. We're not saying that they're not Homo or in the Homo family. I don't mean the no Homo, but we're not saying that they're not in the Homo family. We're just saying that they have a speciation that's identifiable from a genetic level.
Yeah, we all agree. We all agree. But we trying to answer two questions: the less human portion and the what we should do with this difference between Homo sapiens sapiens and our closest relatives in the ape family. So, ratio viewpoint using the most conservative S&V counts, a chimp genome is about 4 times further from ours than a Neanderthals. Orangutans are roughly 10 times further. The structural variant view makes the disparity even starker. Taxonomic difference significance. Those small, I know you don't want me to read that.
Yeah, you know what they doing. Keep paying attention. You learning. Yeah, they keep doing that. I ain't doing making them do it. They gonna make sure they minimize. Go ahead.
The small Neanderthal fragments, 1 to 2% introgress in most non-Africans, sit inside the 0.3% total divergence row.
So stop right there. What happened to the 0.1% that you was talking about earlier up there at top? You know what I'm saying? They was just saying it was just 1% a difference. Now they got 3, right?
Yeah, because it's sitting in here. It's sitting
what
in
do
this,
they do to the genes?
It's sitting in this little tiny space. It's 1 to 2% of this.
Yeah. What do they do to the genes? They tweak them, huh?
They tweak a few genes. They tweak it.
They tweak them.
They tweak it. Just like you tweak your ankle, but you still,
you still all the way white. You turn them all the way white.
But you can tweak it all the way down to white.
You tweet it, tell them straight into the Europeans. That's crazy as hell.
But do not push any living person outside of Homo sapiens sapiens. By contrast, the much larger ape gap corresponds to millions of substitutions plus whole cell chromosome changes. EGAD diffusion that created human chromosome 2, marking the deep splits between distant genera. Bottom line, the genetic gulf between modern humans and Neanderthals is a hairline crack. Compared with the broad canyon, see that? It's like a crack in the canyon. We compare to.
But notice
1% is like a canyon. 1% is a full 1% of a canyon.
Right. I want you to notice something.
1% of 0.3 though.
Yeah, but they're doing a comparison between the two. And this is why I say you have to do a comparison between the modern human, which is the African, to the Neanderthal, which has its way in most non-Africans, as they keep pulling up, because that's who has the gene, so that you can see the difference in who would be considered human compared to who might have a mixture of human and something else. And so because we're ethical, you can't pose the question. You can, if you're from the hood, you say he's not as human as us. You got something in your fit, you know what I'm saying? But being ethically correct, you just simply say,
don't do that shit.
Yeah, you have a mixture of something.
Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But see, they act like I'm a damn scientist. I can't say it how we say it in the hood. I gotta be a damn professional. No, I can say
why they keep bringing up ethics.
Hold up, Sadiq. Stop sharing your screen real quick. I want to show you something.
Now you finna go ahead.
No, I just want to show you one quick thing.
Hold on. You better be using 03. I don't want to see.
No, I'm finna be using the actual source. Hold on, this ain't got nothing to do with that. This is a source. Check this out. Let me share this source with you. Y'all, we out of Chat GPT.
Oh, okay.
Hold on, let me share this with you.
This ain't been good for y'all. I'm just saying.
You right, this show haven't been good for us. I wonder how you gonna feel about this, dog. Come on, Cam. Don't be delaying the shit either. Cam, where you at? Bam. There we have it. Now, what did this right here say, Sadiq?
What are you talking
Can
about?
you see what this? This
what
says
your point
human
is?
specific regulation. It says
Yeah.
chart 2, human specific regulation of the FOXP2 gene. Now, a recent evolutionary change affects the regulatory element in the human FOXP2 gene. And they talking about this is all the source. Look at Savante Pablo down there. Now look at this. You see this? It says human at the top. Everything matches all the way across the board for all these little dots right here. So they all the same. But right here at this particular gene, which is the FOXP2 gene, humans got a T, Neanderthals got an A, chimps got an A, gorillas got an A, orangutans got an A, rhesus monkeys got an A, and I don't know what this is, but it all got A. What do you say about this? Do I need to make it larger? You see that? What does this mean?
What am I supposed to say?
Why is Neanderthal got this on the FOX2? Hold on, I'm asking you this. You see the sources right here. So all this come from this. You just type this right here in, and this is gonna take you to what I'm talking about. This is a paper. This is a peer-reviewed paper. Matter of fact, it's called DNA, and then it's talking about. But anyway, this right here is a peer-reviewed paper that I screenshotted, right? And look at this. Why do Neanderthals got the same mutation on this particular line that everybody else that's a primate got?
Okay.
Why did you see that? Will you acknowledge that?
Yeah. What's wrong with that?
What's wrong with that? Okay. I just want to know, how you felt about it, homie. I didn't, you said we all the same, but when you start looking at genetics and shit, they lined up more with monkeys in certain instances than
It said
I wonder how could that be? You know what I'm saying?
Very early on, they were 99.5% the same as us. I can't expect them to have every single line on that to line up.
But you know that FOXP2 is the regulatory gene for speech, right? So could they speak? Now, to be fair, they have changed their position in a more recent paper. But they're gonna change it based on them finding out that it's them. See what I'm saying? Because now these motherfuckers is artistes and everything. The Neanderthal, they doing everything. Now. Everything they was cooking. They might have been the first ones to create fire and everything.
Well, Neil deGrasse Tyson spoke on it. He was
so he act like that this ain't no type of reverse psychology that they trying to pull.
Neil deGrasse
we don't know nothing about. We already know how they get out when they find out.
Considered stupid. It used to be considered not so intelligent, and they said it was dumb, like a caveman could do it. And then when they found out that it came from an out of Africa genome, not in Africa, the mutation, that so and so, all of a sudden they started finding these things for the Neanderthal that they supposedly did better than the modern human. So it's really just a makeover of history they're trying to do, but it's all nonsense.
Yeah, so we was 3/5 of a human and all kind of, I ain't trying to spare them no kind of sympathy once I find out what's going on. I'm sorry. Y'all can get mad about this. But that's what the genetic. That's what the numbers.
I don't have no.
The numbers say that, not me. They say that they won the 4% integration, and that's what's going on.
You looking for revenge.
I know you mad. I know you mad about it. But I don't know why you mad. Matter of fact, they happy about it. If you go look at Europeans who study this, they be, oh man, that's great. They happy, but y'all the ones mad about it. Y'all don't want it to be so. But this is what Europeans embrace this with full force. They love it. Now they saying the Neanderthals is why they more intelligent than you. So that does bring up the racial type of thing, but we already know that that's all fiction anyway. You know what I'm saying? That's just what humans is gonna do to try to say they better than another human. But then when you find out that you the source population of them, y'all don't want to shove that in their face.
Well, no.
I don't really have no reason to shout nothing
right now. I do because they told I grew up in the city.
They've been
told us that we were 3/5 of a human and that we were monkeys and all kinds of shit, bro. When I was coming, I don't know what y'all about to experience, but I know what I experienced. You see what I'm saying? So now that I done found out that the source population, and they the ones that got the integration, oh man, this
James, you do know that they've been. You know they've been admitting that we're the source population for a long time, right?
Yeah, but they didn't. But they still said that they didn't. It was only based on mutation. They didn't say it was based on integration.
No, they said it's the reason
Yeah,
why.
it was only at first. It was only based on mutation. They didn't even know Neanderthals. They said that shit was extinct to a fully extinct.
When you
No
talk about
integration at all.
what did they mean when they said out of Africa? Then
they meant the humans came out of Africa with no integration.
Okay,
they just mutated based on climate. They didn't know nothing.
Would that not be the source population coming out of Africa?
Yeah, but then you got to add the integration that they see. See, the first model is we came out with no integration. They didn't know nothing about it. Everybody was 99.9%.
No, I'm saying that's the extras. So they've already admitted that they came out of Africa, right?
Yeah, they admitted that. They admitted that. But now we know the difference in what's going on. We can't acknowledge that. We got to just keep that quiet and go with the old model that is still we all 99.9%. Or do we acknowledge the 3% that make them different, that makes them not have the FOXP2 gene? Don't let me go off into the other stuff it do, because I can't.
The defining question
y'all act like it ain't nothing there to do.
It's very simple. If we have a problem with the 1% of being called the chimpanzee or monkey, and there's such a structural difference between the human and the gorilla, the chimpanzee, and even a bonobo or a chimp, even the 0.4% makes a difference, and it creates an issue. And it wouldn't suggest genetic breeding as they state, but it would suggest that at the biological level, these changes are taking place, which is why you have an ape, and why you have a bonobo, and why a bonobo, and why you have a human being, and why you can't seem to cross any of them to make another. Just like you can't cross different birds.
Share my screen real quick, Cam. Excuse me, sir.
And just like you can't cross different fishes like that. You know, you got to have certain things. You have to have a species that are the same in order to mate and to make progressive things. And when a horse and a mule mate, or when a horse and a horse and a pony that make a mule? I can't even remember which one. They're sterile. And giraffes can't mate with horses or zebras.
They seen that in Neanderthal integration too. It's identified.
Exactly.
But hold on, let me read this right here. So this is a paper from the contribution of Neanderthal integration to modern human traits, skin and hair pigmentation, and it's a paper that was released in 2020.
Okay, hold on right quick. Hold on right quick, James. Do me a favor. When you finish reading that, hit Control F and search for less human.
This is the screenshot.
You gonna tell them search for less human?
But hold on, this is what it's going to talk about the traits, because most of the time we don't know that these traits are the reason and why these people have mutations that they have. So one of the most well-supported candidates of adaptive integration in a large Neanderthal integral haplotype at 50 mega base pairs, or not mega base pair, but some type of base pair, found at high frequency, 70% of Europeans encompassing BN2C, BNC2, a genome on chromosome 9. BNC2 encodes a zinc finger protein that is expressed in whatever that word is. It's like something to do with their skin and make them, like you see how Trump and them skin be having them lesions and stuff on it from your sun exposure. That's what that word means. Creatinosaurus, whatever it's called, but says and has been associated with skin pigmentation, freckles in Europeans. Another strong candidate of adaptive integration spans the POU2F3 gene. It says on chromosome 11. This gene encodes for transcripting factor expressions in the epidermis and responsible for mediation of that same thing and proliferation and differentiation. So they said that this stuff right here is messing with their skin. While nearly absent in Europe, the Neanderthal haplotype encompasses this gene at a present at high frequency in East Asians at 60%. So they saying that the Europeans don't have this particular variant of the PO2. They saying this variant is only found in East Asia, but it's the Neanderthal haplotype, right? It says another example of adaptive integration in a 200 base pair long haplotype is on chromosome 3, encompassing the HYAL2 gene involved in circular responses to UV radiation and changes in skin pigmentation. So they saying that these people got this stuff in them. See what I'm saying? It says HYAL2 expresses decrease significant. It says expresses decreases significantly after exposure to UVB irradiation. Distributing the tissues repair, disrupting tissue repair progress, and ultimately leading to sunburn. This Neanderthal integration haplotype is found at high frequency in East Asians at 50%, but absent in elsewhere. So that's another different type of gene. See what I'm saying? So they know what these genes do off in humans. Watch this. It says a 29.7% base pair Neanderthal integration haplotype encompasses the OCA2 gene on chromosome 15 is found at high frequency at 60% in East Asians and intermediate frequencies at 2 to 30% in European, South Asians, and Malaysians. The OC2A gene encompasses a transmembrane protein that impacts skin, hair, and iris pigmentation. So that means they make their eyes turn. So this is all coming from integration with Neanderthal. See what I'm saying? Specifically, a Neanderthal integration allele associated with blue iris pigmentation and blonde and red hair was under selection in modern human population. Other examples of Neanderthal adaptive integration include the KRT71, the KRT80, two genes in the type 2 creatine gene clustering on chromosome 12. A 100 base pair archaic haplotype encompasses the gene of KR271 and has a frequency of 65% of Europeans and 52% in East Asians and 39% off in Southern Asians. The KR2 encodes and I don't know what that word is, but it's got something to do with creatine protein that is expressed in hair follicles, inner root, I don't know what that word is. Sheath.
It's too little to see it. You have to blow it up.
It's inner root sheath. I don't know what that means. And it contributes to hair pigmentation. So that's just basically what it does. It deals with the hair. In addition, 18 base pair Neanderthal haplotype overlaps 18 on the KR80 and found at high to 20 to 6 frequency and near and remote oceania in intermediate frequencies in Europeans and what you call it. So that's what I'm trying to. This was what this is doing. That's what I'm trying to show. Even though these little mega base pairs that you're trying to minimize, well, not ChatGPT, they're trying to minimize is what makes these people non-African. That's what I wanted to show.
Okay.
Would anybody disagree with that?
No, and that's why I showed the cytoskeleton portion, which makes you
not having the FOXP2 gene. That's another indication. So
yeah, there's like several mutations.
The ChatGPT wants to minimize, but this stuff is identifiable.
Yeah, several mutations and devolution going on that show the differences between the two. So when you start to point those out, and it's so funny because our brother Yeroc, we're pointing these out, but he doesn't understand what's being pointed out. These are the differences that make the changes from this type of human to this one. So if the Neanderthal has this,
we don't have it.
Where he has an issue with muscular dystrophy, you got muscle issue, you're not as muscular as the African, et cetera, et cetera. Not only that, you're more likely to get the diabetes too, or these different things are in your gene pool, which make it different. But also your facial structure and different things from the cytoskeleton issues from getting the I can't never remember the damn term. DYM44 is what we'll call it, because that's what it is. When you have that type of stuff, you're gonna look different. No different than that 1% in an orangutan or the 1.6% in a gorilla is going to make them different.
That's what they use to identify speciation.
Yeah. And our taxonomy is just 8. So saying that, like a lot of people you hear them throw that, taxonomy just means you're a type of ape. Okay, that's the family you're in when you're discussing this evolution. Math is not going to work here, which only shoots an evolutionist in the foot because they can't prove anything mathematically. Math doesn't really work inside of the evolution pool. And this is what I was trying to explain to them when I was talking to them on Ox Channel. But when you're talking about the difference between these supposed human ancestors, we have to look at, is this a human or is it just a monkey skeletal system that you're trying to say is a hominid? And these are the differences, because when I ask a simple question, I asked my brother Sadiq, I said, we're all apes, right? Yeah, we're apes. The other brother, you know, he like, I ain't no ape. God said this, right? And then I say, okay, so Neanderthals are this right here, and these guys over here have that in their system. Africans, the modern human, doesn't have it. Now, you're not an orangutan, you're not a chimpanzee.
Doesn't have
they don't have the Neanderthal genome.
Oh, okay. All right.
So Africans don't, most early modern, they don't have that. Only when you come out of Africa do you start to get it. Once the mix starts to happen,
across the Atlantic, you get it too.
Yeah, well, yeah. Once that mix starts to happen, then a lot of people start. But you still got Africans who still don't have this, right? So now the question becomes, how did you get it? And if the modern Africans don't have it, then that means there couldn't have been a common ancestor mix.
Why not?
I can show my introgression right now.
Because you don't have that same gene. You came from the same genome, but you don't show that you mix. You didn't have that Neanderthal in you.
Because
I got it at a very low level, so it won't show up in my physical feature.
I got 0.3%, and I know my European family, but
Africa, yeah, I'm saying. So we're not tripping on having it, but we got it. That ain't even the point.
We have it. Africans on the continent do not.
Yeah, some of them don't. But hold on,
a lot of them don't.
The back migration of the Arabs brought some of those traits in.
Yeah, because
they have it at the same level as we got over here in the Americas.
Yeah, but that's
they don't even really understand that.
The point is that if you're an African and you never had it, there couldn't have been a common ancestor.
Exactly. Why? I don't get
that. There's no mix. If you mix, you're gonna have that.
No. I disagree with that.
You're gonna have a divergent.
You're messing that up.
Divergent.
Hold up, I disagree with that.
Convergent.
Thank you, James. Thank you.
I disagree with that right there. Hold on.
That's just a fact.
No, I'm not talking about. Now, see what Asar is talking about is just between a primate and a hominid. I'm not talking about a hominid. We talking about hominids. So in the hominid family, which is Homo, then speciation is taking place on up now. What Asar may disagree with is the humanity part of this speciation taxonomy that they got, because it starts with bipedalism. It starts with those motherfuckers that look like they monkeys that just stood up. Asar ain't rocking with that.
Not at all.
See what I'm saying? That's what the difference is. Now, I'm not saying, because I don't know, so I don't even bring that shit up. Only thing I'm talking about is what we can see with primary documentation. I don't give a shit about what we don't got for primaries for. We got DNA for Denisovans, modern humans, and Neanderthals. To deny that is idiotic. And if you don't know that if you mix all of these, that something's gonna get diluted, something is wrong with you. Something's gonna become less of, because as a matter of fact, when we came out, we had to be 99% Homo sapien.
That's right.
So when we met them, it was 50%, and we dwindled their ass down to 1.2 today. That's as simple as that. So I don't even know what the argument is. We made them less Neanderthal.
All I know is,
did anybody disagree with that? Did we make them less Neanderthal?
Make them less Neanderthal?
The Neanderthals that was outside of Africa, when we came out, we dwindled their asses down to 1.2%. Did we not make them less Neanderthal? They ain't no more. They're in the Homo sapien family at 90.
Gonna make them more human.
Yeah, they more so now we just can see, and then ain't nothing wrong with us being able to see that integration and say that that's what make them non-Africans. That's what science did. I didn't do that.
We know that Africans create the other cultures. So that's why I said earlier, black people create other cultures.
Yeah, but you got to understand speciation. When you with divergence. Okay, let's do the chimpanzee.
There ain't no divergence.
They diverge from each other, and they look. Huh?
There's no.
You don't think chimpanzees and bonobos diverge from each other?
No, that's why you can't mix them together now.
Yeah, you can. What are you talking about? You can mix them together. The only reason why you can't because they across that river. If you put them off in a damn cage, they can procreate with each other. That's a fact.
Then they're from the same family. They're from the same species.
They just speciated based on being the Congo River.
We're not from the same species. And when they do get together, they never made a human as that scientific.
No, I'm not talking about making a human. I'm talking about them procreating and making a 50-50 chimpanzee and a 50-50 bonobo. They can do that shit, but they can't make no human. I would never say that they gonna make a
smaller chimps, basically.
No, it would just be a mix of those particular two species.
We call
like
them
a bear and a grizzly bear. It's just the beginning of speciation between those two species. And if one of them got a bigger population, they can out procreate the other one and dwindle their percentages down.
They both types of bears.
Right. It ain't that hard. But see, they didn't know that this was going on in humans. If you don't know, if you didn't taxonomize Neanderthals as totally extinct, what does that mean? They said that they were totally extinct until 2010.
Exactly.
How does that change anything?
That's science making a mistake.
They found it. They found it and figured out that they're not totally extinct because we carry their genes. Still
not we. Hold on, we don't all carry it.
You do.
A certain group of people.
You do.
Non-African.
You do.
Yeah. We now, hold up. But they I'm talking about science. See, let's be real right here. Don't quit playing. They taxonomize all. They got two groups. They got Africans and non-Africans. They don't split nobody outside of Africa into no motherfucking group. Everybody's a non, and it's based on that alone.
We close to non-Africans.
Well, not necessarily. It's based on your individual level of integration. If I'm 91% sub-Saharan African, I'm not close.
No, I'm Congolese.
We got a lot of integration in Malian. We got a lot of integration running through us.
Nah, I only got 0.03%.
See what I'm saying? We act like everybody
I can guarantee that I'm 0% Neanderthal. I
see. There you have it. It's not the case.
Don't do that to him.
We creeping up. We creeping up on it. I'm just telling you.
Don't do that to him. Okay? Please don't do it.
We be out of here a little bit.
It's gonna be a devastating blow.
I know that part.
I'm just saying, bro. Like
Neanderthals. Hold up. I don't even believe you, Cam. You
bro,
see what
Neanderthals were not in Africa.
I don't believe you gonna be.
But look, see, that's the difference. Cam coming from the continent.
No.
Cam will come in.
How come he don't have it?
He didn't introduce the fact that he came from the continent.
How come he don't have it?
We already knew that when he said
No. How come he don't have it?
No, he gonna say he's
0%.
I'm guaranteeing you, like when you say, that's what I'm saying. Like when you say everybody has it, not everybody.
I didn't say everybody. I'm talking about us who were
Americans.
Okay,
now why would you say that?
I said because we're creeping up on that.
Creeping up on what?
On getting more we're getting more integration.
You
want a snowbunny crisis? If you want a snowbunny crisis,
you don't know how to dance around some shit. That was crazy.
I'm just saying.
I mean, it's a lot of brothers with white girls.
It's a lot of. I ain't never.
There ain't nothing wrong with it if that's your preference or whatever. That's
what I'm saying. It's creepy.
But hold up, but that ain't got nothing to do with the math, though, Sadiq. We don't care about. We talking about math.
Overall, it's a lot of mixing going on. I live in LA. I know there's a lot.
I live in the Bay Area. I see it too.
Exactly.
So that ain't me. That ain't me though.
It may not be me. It ain't me. And it will never be me. However, that is not stopping the fact of what's going on in these large major cities.
Okay, now bam. So you read what I read about the FOXP2 gene, right?
Right.
And then you read all the different genomes that cause these particular things off in their skin color, right? Then if you got all the information about them having about 50% less genetic variation than all Africans, like when you go to a procreative state, like what kind of choice you gonna make? You know what I'm saying? Like this is the type of shit I be on, you know what I'm saying? But like we can't talk about that. Like we give educating our people on like, you need to know about genetic understanding of how this shit works. And we seem like we can't talk about that because we weren't gonna offend some people. But man, people ain't jumping high and running.
It's not even look.
It's
I put
crazy.
this debate on for science. I don't really give a damn about whoever is offended. There's hella people who are always going to be offended, but we just got to stick to the science. And
Exactly.
I appreciate, just a fiery conversation. I was in the background just editing stuff for some future content. So thank y'all for gracing the platform. We've been on for about 4 hours. So I'm gonna let each of y'all give a closer, and then we gonna head on up out of here.
Yeah, but let me just say, man, this ain't to be like on some type of racism or something like that. It ain't to offend. It's just basically dealing with precision genetics and trying to understand, what they're saying, because they use this and weaponize this often studies like the Tau study, or often the recent Egyptian study. They're using all of this type of DNA and saying that like a haplogroup N is Eurasian based on mutation. But the only way that you can do this is you count the introgression to be able to identify non-African. So that's where the fight is really at. It really ain't between us or anything like that. But I want our people to be sharp as far as being able to. You got to acknowledge it. To deny it would be let them walk right back in the back door with a haplogroup N, M, or anything else, E's and everything else. So with that said, I'm good. Peace, and I appreciate you, Karen, for hosting.
Thank you for coming on. You got a sorrow, Sadiq?
I'll let Sadiq go last.
No. Go ahead. I'm gonna go ahead. I'm gonna represent Yeroc in his stance. I'm gonna go last.
Okay, I'm gonna go first. So, like I said, when it comes to differences, they're very minuscule. Remember, the species are generally the same, but they're only minuscule on the surface. When we start to look at the differences physically and some of the things that happen in such a small percentage of genome, you're talking the difference between an orangutan and a human. And yeah, we're apes, but we conduct ourselves a whole lot differently. We have different features, we have different functionality mentally, and we do different things as the creatures that we became. So if you subscribe to evolution, I want you to dig deeper into it. Divergent isn't the only way. In fact, divergent is the least of the ways that they discuss nowadays. They're trying to still make stuff live like the water ape, which have been debunked eons ago. I want you to dig deeper. I want you to know the difference and understand that those genomes, very small, make a lot of change.
That's what's up.
All right. So for my boy Yeroc, the question that was on the table that brought this whole thing to an argument was having any integration made a group of people less human. That was the topic at hand. There was not a single scientific source that was brought up that said those same statements. If I was asking for someone's opinion, or if he was asking for someone's opinion, that would be one thing. But to have it scientifically written up on a paper was never shown or presented today. So I don't know how Yeroc lost this conversation, but he definitely didn't lose it, in my opinion. James never presented any argument that would change any statement of saying that we can call any European or anybody of non-African descent as less human. And I'll close at that. Peace.
That's what's up. That's what's up. Thank you for speaking on behalf of Yeroc. And, as you mentioned, based upon the poll, during the live, James walked away with about a 72% victory over Yeroc. But I'm going to do a post-debate show poll for all of those who didn't have the opportunity to listen, during the presentation. Appreciate everybody for, hopping on. You hit the Cash App $ComGverse if you enjoy the show and would like to see more of this stuff. And with that, I'm playing my outro.
Let's go to common green, we steady on the rise. Digging truth from ancient scenes, we open blinded eyes. Rhyme sharp like virus lines, we break the bondage tight. Come to speaking revolution, keep the fire burning. The drums guide our stride, we march with purpose proud. No more silence, we collide, our voices thunder loud. Politics and history, we stitch them in every verse. From Pharaoh's throne to Yaoundé streets, we claim the Kanji verse.